The information shared during this live stream is for educational and informational purposes only and should not be considered financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. All trades, ideas, and strategies discussed are my personal opinions and are not recommendations to buy or sell any securities. Trading involves risk, and you should always do your own research and consult with a licensed financial professional before making any investment decisions. You are solely responsible for your own trading results. The information shared during this live stream is for educational and informational purposes only and should not be considered financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. All trades, ideas, and strategies discussed are my personal opinions and are not recommendations to buy or sell any securities. Trading involves risk, and you should always do your own research and consult with a licensed financial professional before making any investment decisions. You are solely responsible for your own trading results.
Top of the morning, traders, and happy Thursday, April 30th, and welcome to the Most Value Pack Live Trading Show, where we live trade, breakdown charts, cover high-impact events, and talk trader mindset. Hope everyone had a great day yesterday and is ready to kick off another opportunity-filled day. If you are a first-time viewer, make sure to subscribe, make sure to like. Today might be the day we do crack that 5K subs. If we can get there, that would be great. We will do a giveaway at that time. The fastest way for us to get to 100 likes is during the first hour, guys. So if we do get 100 likes between now and 10:30, we will do the giveaway for that first hour. Okay, so we're on schedule for 2 giveaways, 5K likes, 100 likes within the first hour. We can get that done. In the pre-market, we did see PCE and GDP data come in, promising PCE numbers, promising unemployment claim numbers, and now the market did gap up. And now we're very close to all-time highs, trading slightly above, opening up above that weekly upside breaker. And then now we officially filled the gap. We haven't officially filled the gap from Tuesday, or that gap down. So we're in the jaws, the gap down from Tuesday, hovering at that 50% retrace. Okay. So far, we are seeing the Qs take a nice little push lower here. The Qs automatically open up above that all-time high. So all-time high on the Qs, and then now they're starting to retreat slightly. Nice little push on IW above PMH. So IW, surprisingly, was the one name that didn't show a lot of promise in the pre-market, was a little choppy, and then now it's starting to pick up intraday. Okay, so let's see if there's just some profit taken off the open. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, Fish. Amen. To you too. Good morning, BT6. Good morning. I need a plus day. That's all. Hopefully 100 and up. Okay, good, good, good. Just stay patient. Right, put yourself in position. Look at this. IW is starting to pick up some speed here. Let's take a look at our usual suspects. Microsoft, good night. Tesla, good night. Walmart, good morning. Good morning, Walmart. Nice break on Walmart. That 128.07, 128 territory. That retest will await us. Apple does report earnings today, so the IV is going to be through the roof. Keep in mind, guys, today is the last trading day of the month. Last trading day of the month, so do whatever you can to close out the month as strong as you can. Okay? And on Friday, it's a weird thing. On Friday, we do have a new month. So a new monthly candle on a Friday, right? It kind of throws us off. But tomorrow is ramp down Friday. So again, April has been a jam-packed month. So now we're in the jaws of the gap up. Okay, we're sandwiched between 2 gaps. So we have a gap. We're in the jaws of a gap down. We gapped up, and we're in the jaws of that gap up. So I like to refer to that as sandwich between 2 gaps. All right, so we're opening things up in an area where price doesn't have any history. Okay, there's not a lot of history in that territory, so we can see the usual price discovery protocol coming into play. 661.68 is that hold that we need on the Qs. I'll put that alert there for that nice little bounce, the daily upside breaker. Okay. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. As you're coming in, make sure to like the video. Make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. Good morning, Hussein. Good morning, Elian. Good morning, Tuhin. Good morning, Turbo. Good morning, Raja. Or Raga. If I'm pronouncing your name wrong, guys, please correct me. Okay. Or give me your nickname, right? I don't want to mispronounce your name. Okay, here's the VIX. VIX has been asleep at the wheel. Here's crude sitting at 105. Shockwavers continue to wait. All right, you know the protocol, guys. Continue to wait. Just be careful on those individual names. Walmart out the gate. Walmart out the gate. Okay, Walmart out the gate. Strong. Okay, so a lot of this upside push that we are seeing is the remnants from the gap up or the gap downs. So really interesting to see that second hour. Okay, second hour is going to be important to see because that resets. Okay, look at this team. So this level did not hold. So it came right into our rejection zone. And it's starting to slide back into this territory. If this 711.12, 711.33, 712.58 does not hold, guys, you know what's coming up next. Back to 710 like we never left. Back to 710 like we never left. So we still have quite a ways to go to get there. So what we're seeing now, guys, we're seeing a rotation out of the Qs, out of mega cap tech, into the Dow and into small caps during this opening drive here. All right, during this opening drive. Especially into defense. Tesla, below that daily downside breaker. Walmart as strong as can be. Walmart as strong as can be. SPY's coming to that daily upside breaker. We have a nice little key zone. That BOG daily upside breaker right there. Okay, Qs. Can Qs hold right there? So you can hammer off that level. That's 661.68. That's critical because that is one of the levels we were discussing this morning. And now SPY's coming to that level as well. And look at the Qs, guys. Qs going higher. So we're rotating right off the open. We're seeing some profit taking and a little bit of that profit being rotated into the Dow and into small caps. Okay, there's a critical 5-minute candle here on the Qs. Critical 5-minute candle here on the Qs. See if that can hold up. Tohin. Is that right? Tohin? Do I got it right? Tohin? So let me know if that's the right pronunciation. Tohin. Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone on YouTube. Let's answer the poll question. We know a new month is coming up. A new month means new opportunity. And I did have a poll question available for you guys. What are you looking to improve in May? Right? Is it your risk management? Is it your taking profits? Is it your over trading, trying to get that dialed in? Is it trading one system or refining your system? Right? So let me know what it is. So far, early votes. Okay. We're seeing taking profit. So 35% of the chat said taking profit. If you want to answer that question, if you want to answer that poll question as well, folks on Discord, let me see if I can. You can go to YouTube and answer that poll question, or you can just put it in the chat. 20% Walmart. Let's go, Carlos. Let's go, Carlos. Out the gate. Out the gate. Walmart is hot. Walmart is hot. Look at that bounce off that 661.68 on the Qs. Okay, look at that. Okay, SPY coming into that 712.19 territory. See if it can hold. We got a bounce, but can it hold? Bounce does not equal reversal. Okay, bounce means bounce. Nvidia falling off a cliff. Amazon falling off a cliff. Google, Walmart. Look at Walmart, guys. Walmart is as strong as can be. So Walmart is a candidate. Okay, my waivers, my shock waivers. Walmart is a candidate. Keep an eye on Walmart. Ticker symbol WMT. Nvidia is headed towards that daily downside breaker. So a huge rotation out of those tech names during the first 5 minutes. Okay. You took the 5-minute orb on Walmart, Carlos, or overnight? Entry and exit needs work. Good, good, good. And if you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from, guys. Let us know where you're joining from. We have 130 people joining us so far. As you're coming in, smash the like button. Now we will do 2 giveaways. Okay, 1 giveaway for the 5K if we hit 5K today, and 100 likes by 10:30. Walmart is as clean as it gets. The Qs, guys, Qs are back below that daily upside breaker, so they're back within prior day's range. SPY is fighting, but if it peaks below this territory here, guys, it's going to be back within prior day's range as well. Okay, so the Q's made all-time highs, and then now they're back within prior day's range. So rotation into the Dow names. Okay, rotation into the Dow names, primarily Walmart. Into 2-minute candle, beautiful job. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Taking profit. Yep, taking profit is very important. Very underrated thing. Right, taking profit, see profit, take profit. If you are struggling with taking profit, what I would say is turn it into muscle memory. So to kick off the first couple of weeks of May, right, don't worry about the big gains. When you see profit, just take profit, just to make it muscle memory. Right, you see 10%, boom, take it. All right, turn it into a habit. And then you can go back to saying, hey, you know what? Let me do X, Y, Z with the runners. Let me do this. Let me do that. Let me do this. All right. And there's a lot of, I would say there's more money left on the table from not taking profit versus traders not holding their trade all the way through when it just took off. Okay, there's more money left. So now I don't think there's a lot of money left. Sometimes when you take a trade and you take profit and it just goes parabolic, right? You can make an argument that there's some money left on the table, sure. But I would argue there's more money left and not taking profit regularly than in those kind of scenarios. Q's falling off a cliff. Walmart showing that strength. Okay. If you did purchase Shockwave, guys. Okay, the ones who purchased yesterday, you'll have access. The ones who purchased today, you'll have access. I'll get you access as soon as episode wraps up. Walmart, guys. Walmart is out of here. Anyone still holding Walmart? Looks like the Qs are headed towards PML. The Dow's going. SPY's within prior day's range. So SPY sell-off. This is the dangers of coming in too bullish off the open. Okay, let the market digest the data. Let me take off some of that. If you send me your name, your trading view name, I do see your purchase. Jose, if you send me your trading view name, I can get you access right now. All right, in just a minute here. So look at Nvidia, guys. Nvidia. Take a look at Nvidia's chart. Nvidia. Nvidia is a potential candidate. Nvidia and Walmart are some candidates. If these current conditions persist, meaning the Qs continue to sell off and the Dow continues to show strength, a way to play that, of course, is Shockwave with those two individual names, or just continue to wait for SPY. All right. Good morning, SMC Queen. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, No 951. Good morning. Good morning. As you're coming in, guys, smash the like button. Okay, smash the like button. We're seeing buyers trying to step in the Qs off that 660.41 near that PML. See if buyers can reclaim this territory here on SPY. And we are 2 minutes away from Shockwave time. So Walmart is a candidate. Google would be a candidate to the downside, but IV's jacked up. So again, the names that are reporting earnings this week, okay, just be mindful their IV can be very inflated. Okay. SPY is looking to retest that daily upside breaker right there. You can see it on the 5. See if you use that to gravitate back towards VWAP. So if we start to see a rotation back at the SPY, Dow starts to fade. We can start to see the names that are running starting to pull back, and the names that are selling off get bought back off those lows. So that dynamic is critical. And this will be true if the Qs can reclaim 661.58 decisively. 661.58 reclaim. See if Qs can reclaim 661.68. The Dow continues. Okay, we're 1 minute away from Shockwave. This is going to be the third consecutive day for Walmart. We took Walmart yesterday as well. So Walmart, right, 130.53. Ideally, that continued strength in the Dow will be favorable. And those contracts at Walmart are for tomorrow. The 130s, about a 2-cent spread. Okay, nice little bounce. And you want to take that bounce on the SPY or recapture that 712.19 territory. This is where we are in the 15, guys. Game plan chart is where we are. Okay, Shockwave time. SPY 711.45. Put trigger 714.71. The number one thing with Shockwave, guys, is to always define your risk. Microsoft is looking to break those lows. Again, Microsoft did report earnings. So that's a no-go. And Nvidia to the downside, 205.50. Okay, 205.50 Nvidia. If it breaks those lows, ideally the Qs get back below 661.68. And Walmart, 130.53. 130.53. You can send it to me in the DM. You can send it to me there. When I have a moment, I'll just get you added. All right. So again, for those of you who didn't make the purchase, guys, go check out that video. All right. You have to set it up to your desired settings. Make sure to go check out the video. Go through it and take your time. You could use the weekend to start getting familiar with it, and then you can start to use it fresh month of May. All right. Fresh full week of May. We're still below VWAP here. We're still below VWAP. On the Qs and SPY. If the Qs fall back under 661.68, keeping a close eye on Nvidia. Need SPY to fall back below 712.19. Okay, keeping a close eye on Nvidia here. I'm looking at the 200s. On, not the 200s. Yeah, the 200s on Nvidia. Want that hold. Nvidia. So you're waiting for ultimate confirmation. You have to wait for that risk reward box. Okay. So now the engine is trying to calculate here. If you want to take it off the break, again, if your risk is defined, that's your preferred entry model, by all means. Okay, I'll take Nvidia right there. Okay, I'll take Nvidia right there. My risk on Nvidia is up here. Right, a little bit of a early entry. But I like that weakness on the Qs. Okay. So no signal yet. If you see if we can generate a signal. If it closes back above that, Nvidia about a 20-25% stop, I'll get stopped out. See if you can fall back below that level. The SPY needs to fall back below 212.19. 212.19. So I kind of ran Nvidia here. Okay, so my stop is here. All right, so let's see what that 15-minute candle, the next minute or so, can fall back below that level. and the Qs can start to sell off. As long as the Qs stay below 661.68, head towards the downside, Nvidia can start to go. Okay. But those contracts are a little further dated. They are taking a little bit of a beating. A little further strike, I should say. Further strike. Okay, so this 15-minute juncture here. That 9 can hold. That'll be a boost of confidence. 9 can hold a boost of confidence. And at least get a full signal generated. There goes Microsoft to the downside. I'm keeping an eye on Walmart as well. So Nvidia puts down about 17%. Ideally, I want the Qs to stay below 661.68. IW is coming into play. Shockwave on IW. About to get stopped out here on Nvidia. Okay, getting very close. Getting very close. If the Qs reclaim 661.68, that might be a problem there. Okay, that's going to be a problem there. So let's see if Nvidia can reject off of that. So Nvidia, so I took that a little early. But once that risk is allocated, all I can do is manage. So let's see if the Qs can, the IW continues to push below those lows. Let's see if it pushes below those lows. Walmart is fueling up. Walmart is fueling up. IW, pay attention, IW below those lows. Shockwave on IW. SPY, nothing there yet. SPY is still inside. See if Nvidia can start to go now. Nice rejection there. So if the Qs can take out those lows being 660, 70, we'll be in good shape. Just had to sit through a little back and forth. Microsoft is gone. It looks like Walmart's starting to fuel up. Walmart's starting to fuel up. So if SPY gives up 712.19, we can be good to go. Okay, Nvidia. Go, go, go. See if you can signal can be generated there on Nvidia. Keep a close eye on Walmart. So Nvidia did see some drawdown, guys, upwards of 29-30%. Okay, Walmart, keep a close eye on Walmart shock waivers. My waivers, keep a close eye on Walmart. In this case, we need the Qs to break below 660. Okay, we're finally at break even. Right, so now I'm going to modify my stop to that 9. Okay, Nvidia, go. Difference between good entry and bad entry. Okay, Qs need to break below PML and start to go. That'd be good. SPY 711.45. So near that break even territory in Nvidia. That's the difference between a good entry and a bad entry. Qs need to break below that PML. So ideally, I don't want to see a breakout on Nvidia above that trend line resistance. Okay, let's go Nvidia. Okay, up 7. If you did take this, I know you sat through a little bit of back and forth. TP where you need to. Okay, now the risk reward box is there. So you see the difference between the entry here and the entry here. So at least now there's a little more confirmation than the one before. The Qs need to break below 660.11 and hold. So my stop was going to be this breakout. If Nvidia breaks that downward compression, then I'll be out of there. Okay. So I did see upwards of 9, but I want to take this to scale out since my stop was wider, to scale out or 1R. Okay, scale out or TP, 2R I should say. SPY coming up here, guys. Failed double bottom. You can see a nice little drop there. I'll be there for the retrace reject. I'm riding Nvidia here. riding Nvidia here. A beautiful catch, Jason. Nvidia's up 11. If the market starts to drop, Nvidia can start to accelerate. Okay, there we go, Nvidia. Up 21. I'm gonna take some off right there for good measure at 19. Down to runners on Nvidia. Up 22. Okay, I like how the Qs are dropping. Qs stay below PML. Stay below PML Qs. And now if the SPY gives up that 711.45, we'll be good to go. Nvidia up 38. Scale out if you need to, team. Nvidia up 38. Okay. So if you waited for Shockwave, we would have a better entry. All right. My entry was a little early, so I had to sit through a little bit of a headache. Okay. No problem. All right. My stop was right there, team. My stop was right there. All right. So Nvidia up 43%. Next level of obstacle, 203.80, 203.80. Okay. Up 42% on Nvidia, guys. Beautiful, beautiful trade. Those are great for small accounts. Okay. I took the 200 strike. So there's a major area you want to possibly take TP. If you're trailing this, guys, mark out where your NC is. All right, up 53. SPY starting to break. Beautiful job, team. I'm gonna close the rest right there at 40. Okay, 40 some change. All right, so all out on Nvidia. Okay, that was good. Thank you very much, Nvidia. Thank you very much. So whether you took Nvidia or Walmart is starting to push. Good, good, good. And I deliberately took the further strike just so you guys have a little bit of a cheaper entry. But with those further strikes, guys, since they're cheaper, you have to also understand, okay, that you're going to see it's cheaper dollar-wise, and those percentages are going to be a little more outlandish, right? So just always understand how that's applicable. See SPY, that signal can last on SPY. So first trade of the day, Nvidia. It did go all the way to 50% plus. We did sit through a little bit of drawdown within risk, but eventually worked out. Oh, we got Jen and Marv. Were you guys more patient for that entry, or did you take the same entry I did? So if you were patient for that entry, guys, all right, tremendous job. Okay. So I was a little bit, I jumped the gun, but I knew where my risk is. So in the event where I got stopped out, I get stopped out. Okay. So that's the main thing with Shockwave. Yeah, Nvidia. Yep. So who's holding Nvidia still? Let's actually pan over to Nvidia. Now we'll take a look at SPY on the 5 here. Okay, see SPY signal can last there. I want that retrace reject. SPY, we're taking a look at the 710s. Might be already gone. If you took SPY, manage accordingly via Shockwave. If you took SPY, manage accordingly. TP where you need to. Might be a little too late for that party. All right, if you took it, anyone take SPY. Good, good, good. Beautiful job, beautiful job. Up 100 on Nvidia, waiting for entry. Beautiful job. I want to pan over to Nvidia, guys. Okay, there you go. There you go, goes to TP. Okay, goes to TP. So this gave you the entry. Okay, you just have to have an idea. Okay, I would say you just have to have an idea of context, market context, what took place, so on and so forth. If you can really start to learn that, which the boot camp is going to really hone in on, there isn't too much information on market context. Right? There's a lot of information about setups, a lot of information about strategy. right? Everyone makes it simpler than it seems, but there isn't a lot of information out there about market context and how to improve your trader IQ, situational awareness, right? Because that's going to be how you really magnify your strengths and how to magnify these setups. Okay. We're starting to see some buyers step in here. SPY possibly present as a little scalp opportunity. The Dow's going the opposite way. The Dow's going one way. So beautiful trade on Nvidia. The Dow is starting to push higher. Walmart did present a nice little scalp opportunity. Walmart's back in range. Nvidia hit TP already. If SPY just can stay below here, that's all it needs to do. Look out for that hammer. That 7-11-24 on SPY is strong, right? Because if SPY continues to hold below that, guys, it's headed back towards 710, the infamous 710. If that candle goes shooter, I'll take SPY here. That candle goes shooter, I'll take SPY here. Back to downside. That 5-minute candle does look like it wants to reverse, so be on the lookout for that. So if that 5-minute candle, if it goes to failed 2 on the 5, I'll be there for it. Okay, I like how it starts. See if we can get a nice little close. Okay, I'll take SPY right there. SPY puts. So risk on SPY is going to be right here. All right, up there. Looks like it wants to reverse. My risk is right here. No close back above that daily upside breaker. Okay. So again, once risk is allocated, I'm betting on this candle being a fail 2. See if they want to trap some bears. Bulls, I should say. And push it back lower. The Qs need the Qs to stay below that PML. Okay. If you can fall back under it, that'd be great. Fall back under, that'd be great. It closes back above here, then I'll get stopped out. That 5-minute candle does have some strength behind it. All right, see if we have enough time. If we can buy ourselves enough time to let this play out. Q stay below PML. Q stay below PML. Down 14, 15. That 5-minute candle is strong. 15 is inside. Okay. Again, not the best entries today. If it gets back above 7-12-06, I got to get out of there. All right, so trying to give it a minute here. Okay. See if it can start to fade. If it continues to show strength, we are seeing some things start to rally here. Get back below 7-11-45. Back below 7-11-45, back in business. Gets above 7-12-06, out of there. Okay, I got to get out of there. So stop that on SPY. That 5-minute was way too strong. That 5-minute way too strong. All right, so I was looking for, no real bearish candle there. Maybe I could have done a better job getting a bearish candle there. But wanted to see if there's some strength behind this. And eventually I stopped out. So 2 trades. 2 trades, 2 trades, 2 trades. Nvidia worked out nicely. SPY stopped out on both of them. I could have done a better job on the entry front. Meta did report earnings, so Meta, those contracts could be a little jacked up. IWM trade, Firefly stopped out there. Yeah, IW just gave that quick scale out, didn't go to TP. So it gave you a quick scale out, but and then it just went the other way. So IW out of the bunch, IW has been either really smooth or really tricky. Okay, let's check on the chat on YouTube, guys. Again, guys, make sure to like the video on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. That 5-minute candle, 5-minute reversal on SPY. Really strong. All right, the stop for this entire trade itself is all the way here. So that all the way up there. If it can get back into those lows, right? That inverse head and shoulder can be the danger for those shorts. But again, if it can get back into it, because if you did take this, stop was all the way there. Right there is a stop. So again, it's a situation of sitting in a little bit of drawdown. If that candle can go fail two up, and start to really not reclaim this territory, that would be great. But that inverse head and shoulder is looking like it wants to set up left head right off of this territory. So in this case, this gives you, if you took this, it gives you a scalp opportunity. Gives you a quick scalp opportunity. Anyone still holding Nvidia? Nvidia. Nvidia might be the trade of the day. Walmart still stalling right there. You do a tremendous job on holding those trades, Hussein. I remember the last Nvidia trade, you absolutely crushed it. I believe it was north of 800% of your last scale out, so you do a tremendous job. And that within itself is a skill. How to do that accordingly, not recklessly, is a skill. Okay, that is a skill. Walmart, if Walmart can come back into this territory, 130.52, I'll be interested. Nvidia team, that 200 EMA on the hourly is right there. So if it can give that up, it can really start rocking and rolling. But again, if it can't give it up, we can start to stall there. We can start to see some buyers stepping in there. What would really help Nvidia here is if the Qs get back below 660.11. When you say I'm Nvidia, can you mention calls or puts? Yeah, so sometimes I'd say to the downside. Sometimes I try to mention it, but if I didn't mention it, I'll try to clarify more. Walmart also, guys. The two names for Shockwave for today were Walmart and Nvidia. Nvidia starting to go. And SPY just gave a quick scalp. If you took Qs, what happened is Qs played out so nicely that SPY just ran out of room. SPY might be coming to play here. SPY might be coming back into play, back into the fold here. 120%. Beautiful job, Hussein. All right, so when you see someone with those large gains, guys, with the same trade that you took, all right, you can let it motivate you, but don't let it influence and change the way you trade. All right, so stick to your guns. All right, so very, very important to understand that. Because you don't want to think, hey, I took it at 50, I took it at 60. It's not enough. It's always enough. There's enough, and there's more than enough. All right, but every trader looks for certain things differently. Right, the risk reward is a little different, but it just goes to show you the power of the options market itself. If we can fall back under it, I can re-engage. I can re-engage once again. You can take at the money. %15 SPY. Beautiful job, David. I missed that. 78% Nvidia. Beautiful job, retired Fido. 122%. Why am I missing that? Beautiful job, guys. SPY put. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That was a missed entry there. So technically, Again, if you sat through a little bit back and forth, didn't fully get stopped out of that risk that it gave you, if you had a modified risk, by all means, eventually comes back to play. Q's falling off a cliff once again. Nvidia, guys. Good night, Nvidia. Good night, Nvidia. Good night, Nvidia. Okay. So when you see a signal like this, after a signal gets generated, it's trying to keep up with that candle. All right, so use your technical due diligence in this case, because this is just another signal from here. But it's just giving that further confirmation. But your goal is try to have your entry as close as possible to the trigger. Okay? Because sometimes those breaks are so sporadic that the engine is trying to find which candle to say go for. So Nvidia, guys, look at that fall off the cliff on Nvidia. So if you took that break once again, you can scalp out of it. Looks like Nvidia for the win here. Walmart also starting to go. Walmart also starting to go. So same kind of setup as presenting opportunity here as it did here. The one thing here I could have done is maybe just waited for that nice little shooter candle combo. So if that takes place there, I'll be there for it. Something like that. Okay. How we doing on YouTube, guys? How we doing on YouTube? Hello all. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Exclusive quality. Nvidia gonna bounce. Order clock coming. Okay. Yeah. So for the order block at 200. Okay. On Nvidia, you can use it as a target because look, your entry's all the way here. Right. Your entry's all the way there. Your entry's in this territory. All right, since your entry's in that territory, if there's that 200 MA was right there as well in the hourly. All right, you can start to use those as potential targets. You can start to move your stop, use EMAs, whatever you need to do, because Nvidia is moving. Okay, Nvidia is moving. If you didn't get it, don't chase. Don't chase. If you got your piece already out of it, be content. The cool thing is now you have a system. You have a system to put you in position to capture these opportunities. Okay, so great job on identifying the 200 order block there. Book 25% call runner. Good. Still holding Nvidia. 90% Nvidia. Beautiful job, SMC Queen. Beautiful job, Maurice. Bought Nvidia at 51. Sold at 96. Beautiful job. That might be the trade of the day. Nvidia. Good. Walmart and Nvidia. Walmart and Nvidia and some scalps on SPY. All right, keep in mind, guys, today is the end of the week, end of the month, I should say. I use supply and demand to hold my trade longer. Good. Have a blessed day. You too. No, you told me how to pronounce the name, so let me scroll up and get the exact pronunciation. The exact pronunciation. Tohin. Okay, you have a good one, Tohin. Can we get a bearish candle there? If this is very close, if this is floating very close to support, so the big danger is that double bottom has some fuel and takes this thing back, that daily upside breaker. Anyone take Walmart? If you took Walmart is also going. Right, it's hard to trade SPY. It's hard to trade Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google. All those names, they're no-go today. And now, guys, the Qs are back. Their Qs are back at that 50% retrace of the day. So the same kind of thing is setting up here, right? If we don't show that sign of strength, we fall back under this level, I can be there. So I want that reclaim back to downside rather than that initial rejection. And you can start to see Nvidia. We're seeing some buyers picking up Nvidia off those lows. About time. Okay, we're starting to see some buyers piling out those lower lows. Do they have enough? Right? Their primary objective is to get this back above that daily upside breaker. Do we have enough to get it back above that daily upside breaker? It's going to be predicated on what the Qs are doing. Up 35%, too smooth on Walmart. Beautiful job, guys. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So this is where they're trying to drive price to, right? Do they have enough? SPY looking at the 710s if we fall back onto that level. Okay, I'll take SPY right there. Put, second attempt. So a little bit of a different entry than here. See if we get that follow through. Risk being, of course, that breakout. Risk being the full unit here. Okay, see if SPY can start to break that level. All right, flying very close to this major resistance. All right, so that needs to hold. Okay, SPY, see if we can get that nice push below that 711.46. Need that push lower. So we know if this breaks out, that's a great stop as well. We want that to be resistant. If you did take SPY, manage accordingly. Okay, up 8. Okay. Now SPY is inside here. So if you scalped out of that, good. So I'll have a modified stop here. Stop is here. I don't want to see that breakout. There we go on SPY. We'll take some off right there at 12. First scale out on SPY at 12. Thank you very much. See, there's a little more room on SPY to go to the downside into those lows. Okay. Okay, there we go, SPY. Up 16, 17. Thank you very much, SPY. Up 20. There we go. I'll explain the difference between these two entries here shortly. Let me just babysit these runners here. Good, good, good. Up 25. I'll take it right there. Thank you very much. I'm all out on SPY. Okay, if you're still holding that, by all means, I'm treating this as a nice little scalp. My risk was just very tight here. I didn't want to see that break above that. Okay. I'm going to break down these two last trades, the difference, all right? The difference between the entry between these two trades, the two different entries. Beautiful, beautiful trade on SPY. Who caught that? Who caught that? Another banger. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. There we go, guys. Beautiful job. Take your piece. Whatever your piece is, take your piece. Be content with your piece. All right, that's 3 trades. All right, so I'm going to slow down now. 3 trades in first shift. 2 worked out nicely in our favor. Stopped out on the first one. I'm going to break down exactly the difference between here and here. All right, this has to do with entry model because the same exact setup was right here, okay? The same exact setup right here and right there. So we break below it. I'm looking for the break back lower. So in this case, right, I kind of rushed the entry. I didn't wait for that break back. I didn't wait for that sign of some selling, and I took it. But even though I took it, even though I was wrong, I had a stop already in place. This one, same kind of setup, but the difference is we fall back under it, and we get that reclaim. All right, but from a Shockwave perspective, all of them worked because the stop was all the way there. So even this one alone also went to scale out. Okay, so very important to understand that. Okay, very important to understand that. Beautiful, beautiful trade there. So SPY is looking like it's just giving scalps today. And again, 20+% on scalps is a beautiful, beautiful opportunity, guys. We're at PML there as well, so just be mindful of that. All right, we can see some buyers trying to come off of these lows. All right. So one of these have to give. We got some buyers down here. We got some sellers up there. So one of those have to give. One of those have to give. Beautiful, 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 guys. Beautiful job, Hussein. Beautiful job, John. Let's go, let's go, let's go. All right, so SPYs, scalps on SPY today, guys. SPYs about in and out, quick scalps. And PML is right there as well. So PML is right there as well. All right, so that'll be all the trades I'll take during first. Okay, how's our friend Nvidia doing? Nvidia continues to drop. We're seeing buyers coming in. Nvidia hit TP2. Nvidia hit TP2. Nvidia has hit TP2. Stopped out on the puts on QQQ 15% and 56%. Okay, good stop out 15%. Got on late but caught 20% SPY. Second SPY short. Good, beautiful job, real quiet. That's what it's going to take. Okay, it's going to take sometimes, getting stopped out. If it sets up again, okay, you like it, you take it again. And if you get stopped out again, you know what? That's the cost of doing business. All you're trying to do is put yourself in position to capitalize off an opportunity. Right? I would prefer, or at least that's what works for me, right? Because there's no telling if I don't stop out there. There's no telling if I just fall in love with the setup that this thing just takes off. So you're always, that's like an insurance. Your puts are basically, your stop is basically an insurance policy. That's the insurance premium you're paying, so you don't blow up. Your stop is an insurance policy you're paying. Okay, it's a premium you're paying. Okay, so you don't blow up your account. That's basically how you want to look at it. Okay, that's basically how you want to look at it. So it looks like everything's trying to bounce off those lows. Microsoft, good night. Walmart, beautiful job, my Walmart. Ones who took Walmart, good job, guys. So the three opportunities have been primarily focused. We've been focusing on SPY, okay? Nvidia and Walmart. Walmart, don't have a horse in the race on Walmart, but I can admire it from a distance since some of you are in it. So a tremendous job, guys. Beautiful job, Jake. So now, during this first hour, in the next 9 minutes, cool off, take a cool off break, and ask yourself, is it going to be as good as this an hour later? Or can I just be done? Because you already got the job done, guys. The job is done. The job is done. All right, so make sure to like the video on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. We got 170 plus people joining us. We only got 45 likes, guys. So let's get the likes up. Make sure to smash the like button. Okay, make sure to smash the like button, guys. And help us get to 5K subs. That's a big milestone for us. If you did purchase Shockwave today and you put it into practice today, there's a great opportunity on Nvidia, on Walmart. And once you get familiar with it, it's going to take a couple of weeks to get used to it, familiar with it, to find the rhythm, all right, to sync yourself up with the action, all right? It's going to be the golden goose, all right? You're literally buying the golden goose, okay? You just have to make sure you submit to the process. Submit to the process. If your stop is there, abide by your stop. Have the psychological things in check. We're starting to break out here. So I'm already scalped out of this. So I took this. I'm already out. So I'm not in this position. I'm not in the puts anymore. So I took the puts, scalp, out. Okay, let's get the likes up, guys. Take a minute to smash the smash the like button. Take a minute. All right, in the next 7 minutes, if we can get to 100 likes, we will do a giveaway. All right, so make sure to like the video. And we're closing it on 5K subs. We're closing in. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, maybe next week. Now the only issue is team. Beautiful job, Fishman. Okay, now the issue is team. We're in the sticky territory. All right, we're going to call this the glue zone. All right, so we have a bounce zone, we have a rejection zone, we have a glue zone. All right, so we're going to coin that right now. All right, glue, sticky. Things has a hard time creating separation. In pre-market, it came right to our bounce zone. So in the game plan this morning, team, for the folks on YouTube, the primary thing we had to break down was, okay, we rejected off our rejection zone. Do we have enough fuel to break this to the downside? Or do the bulls pick this up off of these lows? And that's going to be what determines first shift. Okay, first shift is going to come down to how we interact with this level here. That's first shift. That's it. That first hour is going to be predicated on what takes place here. And whatever unfolds in this area, we have a response. If it balances, we have a response. If it breaks down, we have a response. Okay? And our response came via Nvidia. And our response came via SPY to the downside. That was our response. In the case where it bounced off of this, continued to push higher. And even the response was Walmart as well, because we're seeing a rotation. So now, if we stay sticky in this territory, in this glue zone, okay, what's going to happen is things are going to grind and continue to push the way they are. And the direction it's currently going is where those individual names are going to continue to go towards in a slow grind manner. All right. If we're going to see those reversals off those lows, especially for mega cap tech names, we need to recapture 712.58 and create separation. Okay. If they're going to continue to sell off the ones that have been selling off, we need to decisive close below 711.33, and that gives us room to wear team back to the most infamous level, 710. Okay, we're coming to 710. Okay, let the market do its dance at 710. It's going to go back and forth. In the event where we do break 710, it looks good. All right, it looks good to the downside, and it starts to come into this area. All right, I'll be thinking of that dip buy opportunity. Okay. So we go over all this in the pre-market prep. So I don't want you to think, guys, we're just coming in and just clicking buttons randomly. Okay, there is a method to the madness. There's a strategy. There's a technique. Okay, we're not bullish. We're not bearish. Okay, we're just opportunist. That's it. We can care less. We can care less which way this thing goes. As long as it goes, we'll try to equip ourselves with the best response. That's all we're solving for. Bullish, bearish, it depends. It depends what time it is. It depends where we are. Okay? And when it comes to trading, especially day trading, guys, you have to have that bandwagon fan type of mindset. All right? You don't want to be a diehard bull, diehard bear intraday. It's not worth it. Because you'll never, it's going to be it's like one of those teams where they get so close every year and find a way to mess it up. All right, so I just have to have that bandwagon type of mindset. There's no loyalty. It's whoever's winning, I'm going to be there. Whoever's in charge, I'll align myself with that. And if they're no longer in charge and I align myself with the one in charge, that the invalidation market means, okay, I'm no longer there. Okay? Long term, 5, 10, 15, 20 years out, you have to be on the team bull. Okay? You have to be on the team bull. Intraday, different mindset, bandwagon, no loyalty. It's what have you done for me lately? What can you do for me now? And give me some kind of movement. If the opportunity fits the criteria of my setup, I'll be there for it. Okay, that's the mindset you need to have. That's why in the morning, I'm not going to say I'm bullish, bearish, this. Again, a lot of people love to do that because they're playing the prediction game. All right. To them, what matters is being right. To me, what matters is not being right. To me, what matters is capitalizing off the opportunity. I can care less which the way this thing goes. We're playing the game of capturing opportunity. Analysts are playing the game of being right, and a day later, a month later, a quarter later, going on a mountaintop and screaming that they were right and they said this, and just tooting their own horn. We're not in that business. As day traders, we're in a business of proving to ourselves every single day and positioning ourselves with where the opportunity is. That's it. Okay? So first shift is officially in the books. First shift is officially in the books. Okay, if you took any trades in first, okay, and you have to make the decision. Do you want to continue to trade? It is the last day of the month. Tomorrow's a new month. All right, if you're done, be done. If you're green, stay clean. Okay. So very, very important to adopt that mindset. As like some franchises just can't seem to get it together. There's always that one franchise. They're so close, they get close, and they just can't seem to get it together, or they just are just a wreck. All right, sorry to any Cleveland Brown fans. Okay, all right, but I'm going to use that as an example. All right, there's always one or two franchises like that. They just can't. Right, they just can't seem to get it together. What is the issue? What is the challenge? Nvidia is trying to continue to push lower. We are seeing some buyers that did step in a couple of wicks there. On the 5 back-to-back wicks. On the 15, we are inside. So if you're looking for that aggressive reversal via strat, 2 down, 2 up. 209, 201 on 92. 15-minute reversal. I don't mean to pick on the Browns. So I mean, I'm Panthers, right? So Panthers, ever since our heyday was basically recently this the Cam Newton era, and then now is just mediocre. Right? Dolphins, that's another good example. It's like they have the pieces, right? You have the pieces, you have the draft picks, but what is it? Right? It's just system and culture. And some other teams just seem to always have it together. Right? I mean, look at the for example, to use a football analogy, look at the Patriots. Right, back in the Super Bowl, new coach, new players. What stayed constant? The culture. So the Patriots during that era was just the perfect combination. They had strong culture, great system, great coaching, and great player. And that's how you get all those Super Bowls. Packers always find a way. Right? They're always right there. Right? It's just organization. Same thing with trading, guys. We can take so many things from the real world, whether it's sports, whether it's business, whether it's whatever realm that you can easily correlate trading to, you can apply to trading. Whether it's sports, entertainment, anything. Whether it's history, right? You can translate those same principles into trading as well. Shockwave special ends, guys, end of the month. So Saturday will be the last day. All right, so when the new week starts, so new week meaning next week, all right, the official first week of the month starts, then Shockwave will be at its original price. Okay, original price will be there. And even there, guys, it's an absolute steal. Okay, you have it for a lifetime. You have it for a lifetime. It's not a subscription. All right, and I also have a code. The code is now. Okay, use that code now. All right. So now we're just going back and forth. Nvidia is inside. Everything that made a massive push to the downside is inside. Walmart continues to grind higher. Anyone still holding Walmart? All right, the first 30 minutes is in the books, guys. Okay, let's highlight some of our community members, guys. Look at this. So we did not tell anyone to take a single trade. These are individual traders. Walmart, right? Looking for those opportunities, coming together. Back on Walmart calls. Like you can see, 10%, 200%. Walmart, 12%. All right, everyday traders. Most of our traders work full time. All right, I'm assuming most of them work full time, mid-career, late career, early career. Right, and they're still getting it done, and that's what I admire the most. All right, is you're still getting it done. You're still looking for other avenues on top of the current avenue you have. Right, and that's always motivating to see. Because some people can just say, you know what, I'm content. I'm good here. All right, I'm good here. I already got my gig. I'm good. Right, but especially with trading, guys, the best time to learn it is, in my opinion, when things are good. Because you never know when you have to rely on it. Things can easily go the other way. Because if you learn this skill, okay, at least you can, when things are not going your way, maybe there's employment gap, things are going to get laid off. There's some challenges there. Right, you can go to this skill. All right, so equipping yourself with a skill, with something that no one can take away from you, is critical. All right, see if it comes back into it once again. We did get that nice little break, nice little retest, push into that territory. It looks like this thing wants to work its way to that 710. If you ask me, it looks like it wants to work its way to 710. By when? Maybe if this continues to break down to the downside. Very choppy action here, but it looks like that 710 is calling it. It's pulling it towards it. Nvidia, if it takes out that 109.44, we're getting that continuation. 199.44, we're getting that continuation to the downside. Speaking of Nvidia, there you go. So I might have to do with the earnings calls, maybe some negative sentiment for Nvidia. INTC. Take a look at INTC. INTC, a couple of scalps to the downside are coming back into play. Very possible. Let's take a look at INTC. Let's zoom out a little bit. We know INTC made that parabolic push yesterday. Some of our traders did catch it. So we know INTC. What INTC is doing is the buyers are just fighting for this area here. Right, if that area does not hold, okay, that slide to the downside comes into play. Only issue with INTC is the IV's out of whack. Okay, so the IV, those contracts, IV still 100%. Okay, so I would say be careful on that front. But INTC, okay, buyers are doing everything they can. So we have to give this area by default. This is buyers control this territory by default. So now, unless the sellers take over, clear takeover, we know what that translates to from a price action standpoint. All right. Now it's the war has begun. Okay, this is what it looks like. In the event it doesn't hold anymore, right? Sellers take over, semis continue to slide. There's not a lot of friction here. There's not a lot of friction there. Not a lot of friction. INTC scalp. Beautiful job, Jason. Speaking of INTC, Jason is there already. All right, so that would be where the potential big move can be. Scale out on Walmart at 133.13. SPY, guys, it needs to create some separation away from this area. WEN leaps. Okay, we'll take a look at leaps on WEN at maybe 11 o'clock. We'll do a top-down analysis hour there. Okay, right now I have all my intraday charts. INTC via Shockwave. Second attempt worked out. First attempt scalp. If you took this one, maybe you got stopped out, and then it comes back into play here. Just be mindful of that high IV there, okay? Exxon continues to march forward. Palantir. PLTR, that PML held up. So a couple of scalp opportunities on Palantir. Palantir is a industrial. So Palantir, see there's some momentum there. Palantir, the one thing with Palantir, shenanigans, guys. One thing with Palantir is it did drop off a cliff yesterday. It just fell off a cliff yesterday, if you guys recall. Right? Remember yesterday we were saying that 138.85, 140.57. If that can't hold, that slide can come into play. And then now it's in this area here, that very sticky zone. Bigger picture thinking. So on the 1, the 5, the 15, of course, Shockwave will be there. But bigger picture thinking, there's a lot of friction up here. Okay, there's a lot of friction up there, so we can see contention on both sides as we trade in the jaws of this channel here. Okay, so this is our current channel there, very tight channel. Very tight channel there on PLTR. Okay. MU, good night. Let's take a look at MU. Yep, MU fell below that 50. MU is sitting right at that. MU is sitting right at that weekly downside breaker. So SEMI is getting hammered today. So MU puts at what time? 9:55. Even give you that retest. So if you wait for that retest, there is that opportunity for you to enter and hypothetically be in here. What are you going to have to take into consideration with MU? Right? Contract cost, spreads, XYZ. So do your due diligence on the contract side as well. MU's only path out here, possibly inverse head and shoulder. MU. Does anyone remember where MU was? Does anyone remember where MU was? MU was at that major resistance and it just slid. Now it's back at this weekly upside breaker. So a lot of names are in this sticky territory. All right. They already made the move. Let's run through real quick to give you a little bit of context. We'll keep a close eye on SPY here. Palantir calls to the upside. Shockwave. You can see Google. I mean, that's gone. 349.97, 350 territory. That's the earliest. We can see Amazon trying to hold that territory as well. Amazon did report earnings. No touch there. Broadcom did peak above that, starting to slide. MU, rejection of that territory. AMD. Okay, AMD did dip into that 334.18, 336.86, immediate bounce. So there are some willing buyers there. Intel, we discussed this here. Who wants that? But the major level on Intel for that bounce is down here. TSM is back in this 385.57, 390.28 territory. Again, we can see some buyers stepping up in this area, bottom quadrant of this zone. Okay, but if that doesn't hold, in the case where it gets overthrown, we can start to see TSM work its way into the 370s. Okay, so that needs to hold right there. So TSM, pay attention to this area for possible bounce. If you're looking for that complete breakdown, you need to wait for that flip of support into resistance. Okay, we're starting to see Palantir go, starting to bounce. Palantir scale out. If you took Palantir via Shockwave, Nvidia, we all know what took place with Nvidia. Rejects off here, can't hold there. So when I say proven otherwise, this is what we're talking about. So if you're bearish in an area, you want to see a decisive break. You don't want price to hang out in that area. Now Nvidia has decisively broke below here. Okay, so the last stop for Nvidia is 195.68, 197.79. So a slice and dice through some critical areas with minimal hesitation. Tesla, look at that, guys. Tesla came right into that bounce area. Apple reported earnings, of course, no touch. JPM, okay, JPM is headed towards 314.05, that territory there. Okay, can't see some friction up there. Walmart, massive breakout. 129.70, 130.10, decisive break. So this is how you declare victory over a major zone. So Walmart fueled up here. So if you recall Walmart, remember Walmart was trading in that channel? So it came into, we can adjust the support like that. It came into the support of that channel and now wants to work to the other end of that channel after reclaiming here. So the pullback on Walmart possibly into next week is 129.70, 130.10. If it comes into play today, we can see buyers trying to protect that. So we've overthrown that resistance into that support territory. Exxon, look at that bounce on Exxon. Microsoft, good night. Microsoft did report earnings, starting to slide, no touch there. Meta also reported earnings. Meta, we talked about the importance of that 600 level on Meta today in pre-market, and then we're right there. Okay. So how badly do buyers want to protect 600? If that fails, 586.91, 593.01. Okay, that should bring us up to speed. Scale out TP1 hit on Palantir via Shockwave. Let's take a look at it. Let's talk about it. You don't take Palantir. There we go. Boom. Okay. Nvidia, yes, Nvidia's starting to reverse on the 15. Nvidia's starting to reverse, and everything's starting to wake up. Okay, so now the big victory for Nvidia would be if it can build momentum off that reversal on the 15, continue to push, and now start to turn this into a structural push and see if the Qs can get above VWAP. SPY already reclaimed VWAP. Okay, so we finally broke out of this downward, this tight channel, tightening channel. We broke it, retested it, pushed, bounced. They wanted to make sure everyone was shaken out. Okay, they wanted to make sure as much liquidity is engineered before they make the move. Okay, so Nvidia is starting to reverse here. Okay, so on the 15, we are seeing a reversal on the 15 on Nvidia. That 15-minute candle high. So there's a 2-candle reversal. All right, so we have not made a structural reversal. We've just made an impulsive push, right? We're starting to reverse from a price action standpoint. For us to make a textbook structural reversal, okay, we need that higher low. So where do you take out these highs? Okay, we swept first shift lows. Okay, so now for this to be structural, right, we got that sweep here, we got that break there. So we need a higher low here. It can be here, it can be there, anywhere in this area, get that higher low. Once we get that higher low, then now we're on to something. And then now, as long as this higher low is not taken out, and there's a new higher low that comes in, after a higher high. That means now we're structurally starting to reverse. So if you're in the reversal, if you're in the two candlestick combination reversal on Nvidia, you're in already. If you're waiting for that structural area to get involved, you want to trade a pattern. You're waiting for that higher low, and you want to wait for a structural pattern such as the head and shoulder, left, right shoulder, possibly in this area. So now you're looking for, hey, you know what, $1 million question, where's that higher low? The higher low is right there. Then your risk is going to be, if you're looking to go long, your risk is like this. So if that lower low comes in, okay, I'm wrong. I'm going to move along. Okay. So Nvidia is starting to get bought back up. So what's going to really determine if Nvidia is going to be successful in this to turn this at least back into gravitation back towards that a 205 territory, okay, is can Qs get above VWAP? Can Qs get above VWAP, and can Qs get above that 661.68, and that the sentiment gets lifted on mega cap tech? Okay. All right, so no trade so far. Second shift. IWM off to the races. IWM again, it keeps eluding me, right? IWM. IWM is gone. This is the power of following system. The reason why I say that is because here, see IWM here, right? It provides a scale out. Say if you didn't get the scale out, you want to take it to TP. And then you know what? You get stopped out. So be it. You get stopped out. Yes, it hurts. No one likes to get stopped out, but it's a system. Now you look for the next opportunity if you're trading this particular name. And then now the next opportunity comes here. And guess what? It goes to TP2. Right? But if we're tying our emotion to every trade based on win or lose, more than likely, right, we're going to start to say, I'm going to take this, I'm going to take this, I'm not going to take this, and then we start to trade emotionally. And then when we do that, opportunity like this goes, and it just doesn't come back. Right? So in this case, you either take 1R, but if you're looking to get 2R, you get stopped out for minus 1R, and this goes 4R. If you don't subscribe to your own risk, if you don't subscribe to the risk management protocols that are already in place, okay, and you just decide to violate it, this thing will drag you all the way there. Okay, so that's the whole point of Shockwave. This is a great illustration here. Okay, if you're going to lose, it's going to be for that stop out. If you're going to win, it's going to really start to go. And it takes some time to build that level of conviction, that level of trust. All right, over time you start to develop it. Okay, and it takes time, just like anything else. But I do want to illustrate that to you. Second entry, yeah, since there's momentum, sometimes there's so much momentum, you go look for that retest. If it's strong enough, the one thing you can look for is the after the break flag, right? Some kind of flag if the momentum continues to be strong. All right, so what I mean by that is, say this is the range, of course, and then you get that break. Once it starts to break, right, very rarely does something just go up forever. Okay, so once it starts to break and it starts to go and your entry's here and you didn't catch it, Okay, you can use a different type of setup. Okay, and these type of setups are called continuation setups. Okay, so based on this, it's not going to be a shockwave entry, but it's going to be a continuation setup. Based on this momentum, now you're looking for a slowdown. You're looking for the market to take a breather. You're looking for the market to some profit taking to take place for the second leg. So if it's strong momentum and it breaks, and say now there's a key level in this area, and there's an EMA in that territory, that would be your entry. Okay? Because this is the momentum breakout. Shockwave is a breakout, momentum break. Once it's gone, it's gone. But sometimes it continues to go. So now you know that you have to look for that continuation pattern. So you have to apply your technical prowess and looking for an entry using, okay, the mechanics of a continuation setup. Right? Because it's not going to, once it's gone, it's not going to, Shockwave is not going to say, take calls here. Its job is to detect the momentum breaks and filter out most of the false breaks. If that makes sense. So in that case, what would be great to equip yourself on top of that is continuation setups. Right, and in the Getting Started Day Trading course, I talk about my favorite continuation setups, how to use them, how to look for them, and we discussed that at length. 100% profit on IWM, beautiful job. Let me know if that makes sense, Firefly. Beautiful job, guys. It's been a great day. Okay, let's get the likes up on YouTube, guys. Let's get the likes up. We have 150 plus people joining us. 500 people stopped by so far. If you're a first-time viewer, let us know where you're joining from. Long-time viewers, take the next steps. Join our community. As April enrollment closes out. For May, we will have a few spots to join the community. Early bird special, Shockwave, comes to an end this week. So again, make sure to take advantage of that. If you're looking to have a system to trade momentum. Because sometimes those breaks are so powerful, right? It just kind of leaves us in the dust. Sometimes it comes for the retest. So it takes some chart time, and now saying, hey, you know what? How do I now get that continuation set up under my belt? You're just collecting all of these different tools. Let's use a case in point in Nvidia. Case in point in Nvidia. All right, so breaks. Obviously, this entry there, if you got it, you got it. But again, there's no entry after that. So now what you have to look for is some kind of breather. Okay, comes to this TP, that key level. After it goes TP, we have another key level above us right here. Okay, that key level being a 50% retrace to weekly. Okay, let's have some EMAs on there, see if it lines up with the EMAs. I want this here. So that's going to be the next thing to add to your tool belt. Okay. See the EMAs come up. Okay, so now we can see we get that breakdown. We got the EMA. We start to compress here. Market starts to get a nice little breather, and then it starts to collapse back to the downside. And then now you can say, hey, you know what? Here, now you have to modify your risk. Okay, my key level is there. Maybe I want to use the midpoint of the EMA. Maybe I want to use a full EMA. It depends on what your risk is and get the measure, of course. And then now you do your own risk reward. So this would be the way to catch it, a modified version of a continuation. So applying the principles of continuation patterns. This would be the area to get involved. Key level, EMA, structural breakdown. Right? But the thing is on this, right? Your stop can't be all the way up here. This is a different setup. This is a different setup. What you're using is you're betting on the momentum from here, okay, to continue, but this is just a breather. The market is just taking a breather. Okay, so that's the kind of thing you want to add to your tool belt. But you have to manually adjust your stop. Your stop cannot be all the way there. Your stop has to be according to where your entry is in this case. All right, so understanding the framework of continuation setups will be very, very important. How they work, what to look for. That would be the best way to approach it. SPY starting to crank up here, guys. SPY starting to crank up. The Dow has reclaimed that. So the SPY and the Q starting to crank up. Looks like what's gone. Nvidia is out of here. Nvidia is continuing to push. Nice 15-minute reversal on Nvidia. We're creating some separation away from that glue zone. Okay, that's encouraging. For about 3 15-minute candles on SPY. Nice little separation there. Good, good, good. All right, of course, it's going to get back into this daily upside breaker, weekly upside breaker territory here. And if we can get that push above here, that gives us room to the 715. That gives us room to the all-time high territory. So this is the next window. And we can declare victory there. We have room into 715. And then we get above 715. Okay, we have room into this territory there. So our obstacles are here, 715, and eventually there. So now we're confronting this obstacle here. So we had that nice little continued push, separation into here. So now who wants it? If the bulls want it, they'll drive it higher. They'll start working towards that 715. Okay, if that's as far as they can take it, we start to go shooter. We start to go 15-minute candle combos. We start to see some weakness across the board. We can start to see a gravitation back towards some of the key levels within this runway there. All right, guys. So a lot of the names that sold off aggressively are starting to gravitate back towards their VWAPs. A lot of the names that got bought up aggressively are starting to pull back and work towards their VWAPs. So this is a gravitation by the strongest names and the weakest names. They're doing the inverse and gravitating back towards their VWAPs. Okay, guys. Green on the day. Beautiful job, beautiful job. The Qs just went green. Yep, so the Qs are green. Now the Qs not green yet. Not green yet on the daily. The Qs, that daily up on the Qs is a 663, 665.46. So the Dow is green, IWM is green, the SPY and the Qs are almost green. Okay. So again, guys, let's get the likes up on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. Make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. If you're enjoying the content, subscribe. Who's done for the day? $85% on QQQ. Beautiful job, Turbo. Beautiful job, Turbo. A Palantir view up on the 15. Seeing a cup forming on the 5. Yeah, Yahoo News. What about Yahoo News, guys? Book 30%. Beautiful job. The Q just went green. I suppose you're right. Was just looking at up and down from the close. No worries. No worries. Almost green. Almost green. They're about $2.59 away. And SPY is about 50 cents away from being green. 90% on Tesla for Joe. My goodness, guys. Tesla. Tesla, Joe, do you have Shockwave? Tesla. Boom. That was a sleeper there. And that's why I can't wait to release that dashboard, guys. Since these names keep going, the next update is going to be the dashboard. Okay, the dashboard is going to be the next update, guys. That dashboard is going to be 8 names, all of them, which ones are setting up, which ones are going to take off, which ones are going to start to move. So you can see it on one screen rather than having multiple screens open. And then when that name starts to brew, boom, you pivot to that name, and that'll be the next update. Okay, that next update is it will be coming out soon. I'm just making sure everything is checking all the boxes. Okay. So in this case, Tesla, you can see Shockwave, boom. So you can see that, say you miss this, right? Momentum, you wait for that initial downward compression. You wait for that continuation pattern, downward compression, aka flag. And then you have a key level there. You get a favorable price action combination. You can use a 1-for-1, 5-for-5. So 1-for-1 simply means 5-minute entry, 1 minute entry. 1-for-1 is 1 minute entry, 1 minute stop. If you want to be very conservative. Okay, so now you just have to find those right entry candles. Okay. So Tesla is also out of here. Yeah, okay, guys. Yeah, if you have any questions about Shockwave and you're interested in purchasing, feel free to DM me. Feel free to drop your questions. Okay. IWM and SPY, beautiful job, Elion. So far, 3 trades, guys. 1 stop out on SPY. Other one worked out nicely. Biggest trade of the day, Nvidia. Outside of that, no trades in second shift. No trades in second shift. Second shift has been a nice little run up. Right, dump first shift, second shift, nice run up. Love hitting daily goal in an hour. That's the whole point, guys. That's the whole point. That's the shock. That's the Apex SPY Strikers model. Right, focusing on one ticker, 1 hour, one consistent result. Right, trying to get you used to doing all or most of your work in the shortest period of time. Okay, you don't need to be behind the charts for 8, 10 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours. The longer you stay on, the higher the likelihood of you making mistakes. The higher the likelihood of you making mistakes. Beautiful job, Fido. Palantir is testing that PMH, is testing that 50 MA on the hourly. Beautiful run up on Palantir. %. Making profits, moving on with the day. I was going to make you start to question a lot of things. When you start to build your routine, when you start to really start firing on all cylinders and really starts to click, of course, we know that losses are still going to be part of it. You're going to have to manage risk. There's going to be ebbs and flows that come with it. But when you start to really figure things out, put the pieces together, you'll start to question a lot of things. You'll start to question a lot of things and say, hey, if I can do this, do I have to do this? Okay, it's going to open up the options. Okay, the options will eventually give you options. SoFi, beautiful job. SoFi, this is one runner here on SoFi, the one we took over earnings. Okay, so that is just getting completely clobbered. So that TP was a good TP, but if anything, this will illustrate earnings trading. I know it's a pain to look at. But we'll see what takes place there. That's has been cooked, has been fried, has been refried, has been. So I'll just see what takes place there. Look at that, guys. That might be the most important comment of the week, maybe even the month. My losing trades have been $10 or less for the last 2 months. Right? $10 or less. Okay, so that is superb. And the emphasis that you put on your risk management over the months. To give you context, Lynn has been on our group on our team since, not even a group, it's a team, since almost a year. Right? So the effort is starting to pay off. The effort, the consistency, showing up every day, sticking to the plan, bringing your best foot forward. And look at that, guys. This is probably the comment of the month. All right? Not the dollar amount itself, okay, but the risk management comment itself, right? Emphasizing that, implementing some kind of version of that in your system. Because we know everyone's risk tolerance and everyone's take profit varies, but whatever yours is, being sharp and not compromising, not wavering, not switching it. Right? So that is very, very powerful there. Oh, is this thing changing the whole tickers, guys? Okay, I don't want it to do that. I thought it was on SPY the whole time. Okay, there we go. All right, so once the Qs reclaim VWAP, Nvidia continues to grind higher. SPY coming into that potential push above those highs. Can you give me a small sample of a shock? Yeah, give me a ticker. Give me a ticker. I'll put it through the Shockwave. All right. So today's Shockwave, the idea was here. All right. Puts there. I got stopped out. And if you took the puts here, scale out, I gave you a greater than the 30% return. And of course, Nvidia. Nvidia here. Okay, so it suggests to you when the best time to enter is. It filters out the traps. That's the main thing, guys. That's what really took a long time for me to improve. Are we going to be able to filter out every single trap? The nature of the market is anything can happen, but it filters out the major traps. Right? That's the objective. A lot of the breakout systems out there, right? The mechanics are not sound. It just tells you when it breaks, take it. All right, so there's nuance. And if you want to switch the settings, okay, you can experiment with different settings. Keep in mind, it takes 8 things into consideration. On top of that, you choose your entry confirmation mode. Okay, you choose. Do you want to hold? Do you want a 2-bar hold? Do you want to retest? Do you want to break only? Do you want to break and retest? Okay, you choose. This is my default settings. I talk about that in the tutorial / webinar. All right, but that's the default settings that I use. But you can choose. All right. You can choose. Hey, bro, I've been following you for a month now and everything clicked today like a lightning bulb. Just wanted to say thank you. I hope you and everyone that blows up in a great way. Appreciate it. 7305. Appreciate it. Do you have, again, depends. BTB 305. About puts at the retest, bearish continuation. Could be wrong. Right here. Where? On SPY? Can you do Apple? The reason why not, I would recommend not trading Apple today is because the IV. Right, but if you do trade Apple, if you take the IV into consideration, you don't mind that. Okay, calls here. Scale out, calls there, starting to go. The IV just means the contracts are extremely overpriced. Okay. And if the IV, if you're in when the IV is high and the IV starts to drop, that's when you get IV crushed. Your contracts lose value very quickly. The Dow pulling back here. IW, surprisingly, leading the way here. IWM leading the charge. IWM on the day is up 0.88%. The thing with IW is it can be weak, it can be strong, then it can go back to being weak. Oh, Nvidia had an AI alert. Oh, did it? Let's take a look. Strikers, keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on those highs on SPY. Keep in mind those are that double top to fail. Nvidia, yeah, right there, 215 strike, 515. Okay, it's about down about 1%. So basically, it wants that support to hold, that resistance to hold. I should say that rejection. All right, see if it starts to hold. You can see it clearly there. All right, so if this lines up with the things you look for, it lines up with your chart, okay, then by all means, but do your due diligence first. Do your due diligence first. Okay, guys, let's get the likes up on YouTube. Let's get the likes up. We're closing in on 5K subs. Let's hit that mark today. We will do a giveaway once we do that. If you have any questions, put your questions in the chat. I would like to learn IW. So the main thing is, guys, it's not you necessarily learn the ticker itself. The tickers change. You have a fixed system, okay, and you apply it to the ticker. You have a fixed system, you apply it to the ticker. So what I teach is the system. Okay, when you apply it to the ticker, what do you need to understand? You need to understand the behavior of this ticker, the personality of this ticker, what moves this ticker, how it responds, what is the ATR, what is the IV, what are the spreads like, all those different things. So in theory, it's when you have a system, okay, you just have to do your ticker due diligence, and then you'll be good to go, rather than pegging your system just to each ticker alone, right? Saying I trade this with this ticker, I trade this with this ticker, right? The system is a system, and the ticker can be whatever the ticker can be whatever name. We just have to make that adjustment to the ticker, take the ticker's personality and movement into consideration, learn the ticker, and then apply that system to it. Okay? Yeah, definitely, I do agree with that. We need to get above last week's highs. EBOB 92, 100%. So we're trading the same thing, whether it's SPY, whether it's QQQ, whether it's DIA, whether it's Nvidia, it's the same thing, same system, with a slight modification. Okay, makes sense, guys? Okay. All right, Steve Spy wants to potentially go flag off that 9 and that conservative level after getting into that G50. So we're officially back in the jaws of the gap from Tuesday, team. And we're at the 50%, reach 50% point of that gap. Absolutely, Brad. Good luck mowing the lawn. Yeah, weather's starting to warm up. It was actually warm last week, and now it's a little chilly this week. Yeah, 100%. Red days, they do suck, but it comes with the territory. And the main thing is, what do we do on the red day? Right? What do we do on the red day? On a red day, what do we do? All right, do we just go off the rails? Do we have a framework in place to say, hey, you know what? This is it for me. Max loss, max number of trades. All right, so where we are right now is a very critical, team. We are at this critical territory. That weekly upside breaker is right there. So we made that move into that territory. So who wants it more? Okay, do we start rejecting off of that, pushing back lower? I probably have one more trade in the tank. This week has been very long. Or it's been a long week. And you have to start to increase that stamina as well, guys. All right, if you're going to be trading with me in the summertime, all right, that stamina is necessary. These summer months are long. They're dragged out. So that mental stamina is very, very critical. So now if you're staring at the charts for 7-8 hours every day, okay, it starts to eat into your computation power. All right, I know it seems like, okay, you know what, you're only trading for an hour, 2 hours, or 3 hours. But trust me, 1 hour in the charts is 4 hours of work. 4 hours of work. 1 hour is 4 hours, because you're doing so much. You're using so much brain power, or at least I'm using so much brain power, right? And you're using so much brain power. If you really think about it, when you're working, if you're at work, out of the 8 hours, okay, let's say you work 8 hours. How much of the 8 hours are you really using your brain power? Right? I'll probably say 1 to 2 hours max. We know most people are not on when they go to work. All right? They know when to push. They know when to not push. Most of the tasks are on autopilot. Right? On autopilot, you don't really use a lot of brain power. Okay. Shenanigans candle. Was it a 5K down? Were you down from the puts, or were you down? Were you caught in the trade, over trading? We do have this nice little Compression trying to brew here off that 9 that key level. I have to leave for a conference call. Okay, guys, if you're wrapping up your week, if you don't trade on Fridays, we'll see you on Sunday, Stocks After Dark. Okay. For those of you who are YouTube members, guys, for Stocks After Dark, I will send the link to the YouTube members. So be on the lookout for that, guys, YouTube members. Stocks After Dark might even do a private stream, okay, for Stocks After Dark for the YouTube members on Sunday nights and our strikers. All right, so be on the lookout for that. Tomorrow's Friday, first day of the month. On top of that, a ramp down Friday. Okay. I feel the shenanigans candle coming. 5K down. Sorry to hear. Says he. Yeah, USMC. Right. Slowly but surely. We'll test it. We'll turn it to a testimony. Okay. Held too long and took a hit. Yeah, sometimes it happens. Right, we get held too long, and all you can really do is just try to learn from it. Right, that's all we can do. Especially if we're doing this long term. I know it's not what you probably want to hear. Right, it's not fun to lose. But in hindsight, in retrospect, 6 months from now, 9 months from now, you'll be in two different places. It's either you really learn that lesson, that 5K lesson, and you put the proper measures in place, and you're far from that, or that 5K lesson makes you revenge trade, makes you force trades, and you can be in two different places. So think of big losses, right, as a fork in the road. Okay, nice little break of that downward compression, nice little flag. All right. Discord message, let me take a look at it. What was the Discord message, Carlos? I must have missed it. Let me see. Is it a private message or is it in the chat? Okay, Palantir 60% now waiting because to close VWAP may reverse or close gap 1102. Also, you're up 60% on Palantir. Beautiful job, Carlos. Wow, good. Yeah, so make sure to pay the trader, guys. Okay, make sure to pay the trader. Make sure you compensate yourself for your work. So tremendous job, Carlos. Tremendous. So who's done for the day, guys? Who's done for the day? I might be done for the day. I would say past 10 days, right, as we're incorporating individual names, right, and my frequency of trades have been a little more active, so I do want to dial that in a little bit, right? I do want to dial that in a little bit and stick to more quality and really start to discern if something's going to really start to go, giving it some time on the clock, maybe giving a little more time on the contract side to really go and align that with the higher time frame. Right, so always, even if there's nothing to improve, guys, look for things to improve. Okay, learn from the best. Right, of course, we all know Michael Jordan. He's at the highest of the highs. There's no, once he got over the hump and he's winning these rings, winning championships, he's unstoppable. Right? He would make things up in his mind to motivate himself. Right? Of what people said about him. Right? He would make things up in his mind to make sure that he has that edge, that competitive edge. Same thing. So when you're starting to hit your stride, all right, don't discount the fact that you still need to make adjustments. Sometimes wins can mask things. But if you're always sticking to the process, regardless of win or lose, right, okay, you have a chance of combating euphoria. That's the biggest danger of winning, the euphoria. You think you can't lose. Right? So a great way to mitigate that. Looks like we're coming to that break. That flag was beautiful, guys, on the 5. Okay? A great way to mitigate that would be, again, over the weekend, submitting yourself back to the process. You have to tell yourself, as big as you get, as high as you feel, as low as you feel, right? You cannot be bigger than your system. Okay, you cannot be bigger than your system. You have to completely submit yourself to the system. So same thing. So a lot of the greats in every realm, when they get to a point, they're almost looking for things to motivate themselves to get to the next level. All right. For my UFC fans, if you guys recall the nice reclaim of that Daily Open, see if you can hold. If you guys recall the Stipe and John Jones fight a while back. Okay, so John Jones, one of the greatest fighters of all time, to give you some context, moves up to a new weight division, and he's looking to fight one of the greatest fighters of the division. And his opponent is a nice guy. He's not one of those guys who talks trash. He's a respectable guy. Okay, so you can hold above that Daily Open. So what John Jones had to do is he had to fabricate things he said about his family. Right, in his own mind. Because the guy's a nice guy. You don't have a problem with the guy. So you're going to be in a cage and you're paid to fight with the guy. But he's a nice guy. It's very difficult to beat up a nice guy. So he had to make things up in his mind to dislike him. Same thing. Right? So if you're hitting your stride, I know a lot of you are. A lot of you do send me messages. Right? Make sure you come back to that process. Look for things to improve. No one is above improvement. No one is above adjustment. Okay, nice break there. This flag right there had some follow through. Anyone take that, guys? Anyone take that flag into the break? If you did, good. If you didn't, just watch. So we need this territory to hold. SPY's starting to go. Qs are starting to go. SPY's all-time high, guys, is around the corner. 715.66. Okay, so we know that those highs are right there, first shift highs. So let's see if we can get a nice confirmed signal to generate. If it does, I can take that for the last trade. IWM all-time high is 279.79. 279.79. We're right at that Daily Open, team. We're right at that Daily Open. We're right at that Daily Open. So IW is leading the way. The Dow is leading the way. Surprisingly, Nvidia hasn't made the sizable move. I made that nice little push up, but it's putting some pressure on that trend line support. Whoever took Tesla, guys, Tesla, monster move on Tesla, hit TP2. Okay, so it looks like they want to go mean reversion there. So in this case, no wave there. One day I take on. Yeah, IWM is you have to be watching it carefully because it looks like it's asleep and it just wakes up and it goes. All right, you have to keep a close eye on IW. All right, that has to be on your. It lulls you to sleep. You think it's not going to go, and then boom, it goes. The little train, 100%. All right, so we do have some great IWM traders. We have about three or five traders, Lin, Turbo, and a couple of other traders. We have an IWM army that we're starting to build. So in this case, mean reversion. Okay, it looks like it wants to just reject off that territory. So you see, no shockwave. So if you took this on your own strength, right, you say I'm going to take that break via that level. Okay, then if your stop is there, right, maybe you're sitting a little bit of drawdown. If you're waiting for the official risk reward to print, and that's the main thing that I want to emphasize on, is trying to eliminate as much of this as possible. All right, so outside of that nice little flag break into those highs, right, we're starting to go mean reversion and push back lower. Okay, Nvidia looking to slide to the downside. Walmart came back in. Walmart just missed that. Walmart came back in and gave another entry. And that's as good of an entry as it gets. Right? It gives the entry, goes to scale out, comes back in. So if you missed it, so put the alert, and then it goes again. Okay. Who's done for the day, guys? Who's done for the day? Who is done for the day? What a nasty grab, guys. Nasty grab. So if you trade the orb exclusively and you trade the ripple, all right, then you get stopped. Then depending on where your stop is, you're either in drawdown or stopped out. If you trade Shockwave, there's nothing there for you to take. PLTR coming back. So it's just been a dash from PMH to PML. PLTR is coming back. Yep, great call. PLTR just went all the way to PMH. PLTR is coming back as well, and that VWAP is within that window. That window of opportunity for the calls. So that VWAP can be a risk as well. Let me take a look at the IV on PLTR. 54, okay. Okay, PLTR could be a candidate. Bound zone between 138.31, 138.83. Yeah, Nvidia sliding back the downside. Yep. Second leg lower. There's a lot of buyers below 290.50, so just be careful of that. If you're short off of that 291.92, if I said 290.50, if you're short off 201.92 territory, you're good to go. But below 209, below 200 and 250. So 250 cents. We do have some wicks in that area. So a nice mean reversion there. They want to take this thing back lower. Palantir is starting to come in, so I'll keep a close eye on Palantir. Look at SPY, guys. Off the 15. So they trapped some of those longs above weekly upside breaker. They're dragging them all the way lower. Okay, now we have room into this 713.55. Look. So the bulls need to protect this with their life. This trend line support. If not, we're going to go back all the way the glue zone. Was up for grabs. If the bears in the next 5 minutes of some change take out those lows, we can go engulfing on the 5. Okay, we can go engulfing on the 5. Okay, who's done for the day, guys? Are we done for the day? Yeah, PLTR is trying. I want to see PLTR get back to 138.75 territory. Show some signs of life. 5-minute combo. Q's pulling back. Q's did not break out, so we're seeing some divergence between Q's and SPY. SPY gets the highs of the day. Q's don't. And highs of the day on SPY on the Q's, guys, is an all-time high. Highs of the day on the Q's is an all-time high. PLTR will be looking at the 140s. Okay, so I want to see some signs of life, some kind of hammer. And then if Shockwave gives us more confluence, beautiful. And the risk can be the VWAP. If it gets deeper into it, that's even better. I will get the reclaim. But generally in that zone, in that bound zone, things can get interesting. I'm open to some upside opportunity on PLTR. So keep a close eye on PLTR. I have it on the side screen. SPY. Okay, 15-minute candle, guys. Nice trap. Okay, they grab first shift highs, start to slide it back to the downside. So in this case, Shockwave did his job. It did his job. Okay, guys, make sure to like the video, guys. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to like the video. We are now 6 subs away. All right, 6 subs away, guys. Make sure to like the video. Let's get the likes up. Do see your username, Jose. Okay, I will get that added by today. If you do get Shockwave today, guys, you'll have access tomorrow. It just takes me some time. So the ones who got it yesterday, you'll have access. You have access today. If you don't have access yet, send me a DM as soon as possible. I do need your TradingView username to get you situated. It's an invite-only script, so that's the only way I can get you access to it. All right, so very important that you do send me that your username. Jose, I do see your username. Okay, you can either send it to me via email, the email provided in Shockwave in the instructions, or you can send it to me via DM in Discord, via DM in WAP. All right, so anywhere you can send me a DM. Okay, make sure to send it to me there. Okay, guys. Today we'll take the stream until 12:30 territory. I do have a couple of things to attend to. Looking for one more trade before we get out of here. If it doesn't come into fruition, that's fine as well. Again, tomorrow is a new month, guys. So it might be the best thing. I'll challenge some of you. Okay, maybe not to take any trades tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow will be a no trade day. All right, so let's see if we can show up tomorrow and take no trades. I'm not sure if I want to do that, but I'll let you know. So we haven't had, I think we had one no trade day before, or maybe we haven't. But one day where we just go and say, we're going to test our discipline today and take no trades. Okay, because it's a new month. So the calendar moves. And if you want to start that new month fresh, if you want to do your monthly routine, if you want to go over the things you went over the month, right, you're not going to be able to do it tonight. All right, unless you can squeeze all those things, your typical routine. But if you want to start your month on Monday, that'd be a great way to kick off that fresh month. The first official week of the month, a new week. You have the weekend. You recharge. You go over your plan. You go over some of the things you want to improve. All right, and you start to put those things into motion as soon as possible. Okay, so very important that you do that. Walmart once again, guys. Walmart for the win. Walmart for the win once again. Palantir bouncing a little prematurely, but if it goes, it goes. That's fine. SPY somewhat of a head and shoulder possibly forming on the 1. Okay, left head. All right. Right shoulder in this territory, these highs possibly. So as long if this becomes the highest high in this current stretch, okay, we do have a head and shoulder brewing. We do have a head and shoulder brewing. Who sees the head and shoulder? All right, sometimes the right shoulder is hard to gauge. It can be here, it can be there, as long as it's not taken out, and that neckline is right here. Okay, Palantir is bouncing a little prematurely. That 15-minute, if those lows get taken out, that 15-minute candles lows. Slide incoming. Okay, 15-minute 3-2 continuation. 15-minute 3-2 continuation. So for this to have some legs behind it, okay, if it gets below 713.51, right, that opens up a new runway. Okay, so the biggest challenge right here is penetrate through there and continue to push lower. That opens up the runway. Okay, we do have maybe some last-minute buyers that might try to pick it up here, so those need to get overwhelmed and drive this thing lower. Okay, so sitting right at that neckline there. 15-minute. If you're using the 15, okay, you're already in off that breaker. There's the breaker. That is a breaker on the 15, okay? If we zoom into the 1, is what it looks like. If we took this structural breakdown, your entry is there, your risk reward is different. Your exit is somewhere else, your risk is somewhere else. So right now what's coming into play is that continue to break at that 15. As long as we stay below 713.74. Okay, and then we can overcome this obstacle here. We can start to slide. That slide is imminent. As we slide, we need the cues to slice and dice right through 661.68. If they can do that, would be great. So if you're using the 15, say for instance you're using 15-minute entry with a 5-minute stop. Okay, 15-minute entry, 5-minute stop. Your stop will be here. So I'm going to talk about that in the boot camp. Okay, 5 for 5, 5 for 15, 1 for 1, 1 for 5s. All right. If you're using 15 for 15, your stop is all the way up there. If you're using 15 and a 5, entry there, stop there. What does that translate to on the 1 is what it looks like. Okay. Anyone riding that, by the way? Anyone riding that? If you are, good, good, good. Manage accordingly. Okay, that's how you use those higher time frames. Okay, so if the bulls can't protect 713.51, this slide is coming back to that 713.08. Q's bouncing off that 661.68, that daily upside breaker. So if you're scalping this, you can take that break from here, right there. All right, there's so many ways to approach it. Breakdown on IW as well. Beautiful job. We're going to short micros and accidentally short on the minis and close out for a past. Yeah, that's a different speed, right? When you take the micros versus minis. All right. Yeah, the micros. When they start going, they start going. All right. Good. Team IWM here too. Been my one and only, my training ground for the past 6 months. Wow. Now implementing everything on SPY and others. Beautiful job, Brenda. So Brenda, Lynn, very similar story. Look at that. 7 months, 6 months. That's awesome. Yeah, so we are getting a small IWM army. All right. So again, share your trades, guys. Share the ideas. Share the tickers you like. And within the community, you can start to see who trades something similar to you. And that's awesome. Pass another eval. Beautiful job, Rick. Beautiful job sticking with it. So it looks like we got some fuel off of that. All right, so the big challenge was here. Okay. Big challenge was there. We saw buyers pick this thing back up. Buyers picked it back up. They want to go back, possibly back the other way. I was waiting for the break back under 1450 for confirmation. Okay, exit from puts with 20% profit. Leave runner. Good. Okay. What a bounce. So they're trapping everybody. They got the bulls up there, got the bears down here. They are trapping everybody here. So you can see. Let's go to the 15 real quick. Okay. Remember the 15-minute entry? 5-minute stop. So if your entry was below here, you have an opportunity to scalp it. If it starts to go against you, you can get out of break even. If it continues to push, you don't exit. This is your final exit. Because now off that 15-minute low, guys, they're going back the other way. Right, so they trapped. Look what they did. They trapped both sides. They trapped there, they trapped here. So now what that creates something known as a broadening formation. Okay, it creates a broadening formation. That's what a broadening formation looks like. Now we're starting to make this kind of movement. So when we have those broadening formations, those traps, mean reversions, are areas where we can see exhaustion. Okay. Again, guys, context is key. It's about to be 12 o'clock. Okay. If you know what that means volume is going to start to drop off. London are the participants from London are no longer there. Just comes down to New York. What is that broadening form? It's sideways movement. Yeah, so when you do see broadening formation, okay, so you're looking to take, it's basically broadening formation is like this, it's like a giant megaphone. Okay, so higher time frame, what that means, okay, what that translates to on the intraday higher time frame, what that means, the way you create broadening formations is when you have candles that engulf, or a 3 candle. Say this candle is a 2 candle, right? So we have this candle, and then we have this candle. We have a bullish candle, we have a bearish candle, and then this candle takes out this candle's lows, takes out those highs, and then it engulfs. As that engulfs, right, higher time frame has created a broadening formation. And then now the next candle that comes in, it does one of these maneuvers. It starts at the low, starts to go to the highs, and the next candle that comes in takes out those highs, starts to go back to those lows. When you start to see this formation, this means it's basically peak price discovery. But it's all predicated on this candle here. Okay, regardless of which way it engulfed. So what this translates to on the lower time frame, anything lower than that, what that translates to from a mechanical standpoint is this. That's what it translates to. Right, so a lot of indecision. But what this means, okay, we're starting to push here. What this means, okay, what this means here is the algos are driving price to the highs, hitting exhaustion, aka grabbing liquidity and going the other way. Grabbing liquidity, going the other way. So the best times to engage in this case would be, of course, either from the midpoint to the broadening formation, or from the exhaustion point after the liquidity grab back to the midpoint, or even back to the other side of the formation. Okay. And there's a video on broadening formations. All right. We do a video on that. Okay, nice little break. The first one was a fake. Now we got a break. See if we can hold above this zone. Do we have enough fuel? Look, all-time highs are right there. 715.68. All-time highs are right there. All right, we're getting close to all-time highs. Okay, see if we can start to cool off here. Come back a little bit. All right. Preliminaries call signal coming in, so no risk reward box yet. So this is a runaway train, so I have to wait for this to pull back a little bit. Now the strong candle, nice break. See if that candle can stay printed and we get that risk reward box. If we do, that'll be my last trade of the day. That'll be the lotto for the day for potential push into ATH. I'm looking at the 715 calls. So let that risk reward box get printed. Let's come back at that territory and see if we can continue to push higher into that 715.66. Risk being, of course, right here, team. All right, there we go. Okay, get one more little drop, one more little drop. Just come a little lower so I can get a good entry. A little lower. A little lower. That 5-minute candle wants to sell a little bit more. Might have to take it there. I'll wait though. So you can get a little lower. Little lower. I'll be patient. Okay, I'll be patient here. Qs are starting to sell off a little bit. Okay. Okay. I'll take it right there. I'm in the calls on SPY. This is going to be the lotto for the day into potential all-time highs as long as this level holds. If you're waiting for a hammer here, okay, you can wait. My NC is down here. So stop me out, scale me out, or hit TP. Okay, so let's see what we can do with this here. So you get a good trade of one for the road. If you did take this, manage accordingly. Okay. Victory for us would be 715, guys. 715 would be a good victory. Right? That 715 is a strong level. That's going to be our first obstacle. Okay, so let's see if we can at least declare a victory above that level. We keep slamming our heads on that TOG. We did fill that gap. So we're so close to ATH. Look at that candle, guys. We went 3 down, 3 up. Okay, if we can get above 715, That'd be very encouraging. And we just do one of these maneuvers, stopped out. Okay. So this will be my lotto for the day. And last trade of the day. 5 minutes turned into a shooter. Let's see if that weekly high can hold, that hourly candle open can hold. Down about 5%, 4 or 5%. Let's go SPY. That 5 minute candle, we are seeing some selling pressure there. We need the Qs to start waking up, guys. The Qs are just really holding us back. Why? The Dow's on fire. The Dow's at TP3. If the Qs can start to wake up, that's all we need. They don't need to do too much. Okay, at least hold that 662.84. Okay, no buyers there. That's 715. Very, very strong. See if we can hold here. At least at 714.13. Hold. Down about 8.9. So we need some hammers on the 5 here. Hammers on the 5 and a reclaim would be great. If you're waiting for that hammer on the 1, okay, see if you can get a 1 here. If you're waiting for a hammer on the 5, see if you get a hammer there. I'm already in the calls. Okay, I want that daily open. Bulls declare victory above daily open. That can give us a little bit of fuel we need to get to 715. See if we go hammer here. We need that small victory. Small wins. That 5 minute, we are seeing some selling pressure on the 5. The 15, we're inside. We're inside on the 15. Inside on the 15. Go, go, go. Qs hold 662.84. Okay, selling pressure. A lot of selling pressure there. Okay, let's see if at least that 9 can hold. So still within risk, but sitting in drawdown. So today's been about sitting in drawdown. Okay, so all the trades had to sit through some drawdown. Sometimes that's the nature of the trades, and that can be entry. That can be related to entry. Can we get some buyers to get involved off the 714.32? My stop is here, guys. About to get stopped out. On the 15 is what it looks like. So what I'm betting on is this holding and us trying to get above those highs and trying to gravitate back towards 715. What is my buffer? My buffer is all the way down here. 713.90. Okay, 713.90. Right here. We close below there. I got to get out. Q's not holding, so Q's are really dragging us here. Q's really dragging us. Okay, so let's see how it plays out. Let's see how it plays out. In the meantime, guys, let's get the likes up. Make sure to like the video. Make sure to subscribe. SPY has been tricky today, guys, to trade. SPY has not been easy. If we can, by the end of this 5 minute candle, the next 1 minute and 40 seconds, 1 minute and 30 seconds, if we can start to turn that candle into hammer, okay, that is encouraging. Okay, but we need to get above 714.45. That is a must at this point. Okay, that's going to be a must if we want a chance here. Okay, 5 minute hammer watch. Off that 9. Off this territory. Reclaim at 714.46. For those of you who don't have an entry yet, entertain that, look at it, assess it, see if it makes any sense. If you're done, just watch. If you're looking for the next opportunity, assess that opportunity. Today, guys, my entries have not been the best. Okay, so could clean up the entries, but still in this here. My stop is all the way down here. Didn't get stopped out. Okay. If we can reclaim 714.49, 714.50, and the Qs can start to push away to the upside above 662.84, all right, this hammer on the 5 holds, this can be our chance to start to push back to 715. Okay, so our path to all-time high is break 715. All right. So let's see if buyers can start to congregate here, reclaim that daily open, get back above that zone. Down about 10%. So still in the position. Okay, we need victory, declare victory above that daily open. Flip SPY. Okay, start to go now. Speed up. So if you waited for that 5 would have given you the perfect entry. So your entry would be, instead of sitting through all that, your entry would be in this territory, that daily open. Okay, so you'd have to sit through that back and forth. But nonetheless, now let's see if we can start to go. Okay, on this current stretch, on this current run, 715, let's address 715. Let's address 715. Let's go. 55% SPY call, beautiful job. Anyone take that last trade, guys? If you have a better entry. Good. My average fill is 115. So getting close to break even. So this needs to hold now. Okay, we can't do all of that to give everything back up. That 9 is right there. Okay, let's start to rock and roll here. Do we break 715? Put a yes or no in the chat. So if you want to use 715 as your target, by all means, go ahead and do that, guys. TP where you need to. Okay. TP where you need to. I'm looking to get this beyond that territory. All right, the nature of the trade is a lotto. So let's see if we can get above that 715. And let's see if we can start to rally and push. That 5 minutes. I want no closes below this 5 minute 9 EMA. Okay, I want the buyers to start piling in here. Okay, we don't want to just stroll to 715. If we try to stroll to 715, we're going to get rejected. Okay, we need some force. We need some force. We need some strength. We need some conviction to break through 715. Okay, just strolling to 715 is not gonna cut it. Okay, so we need some force. We need alignment from the Qs. We need alignment from the Dow. The Dow continues to push higher, so the Qs just hold above that 662.91. Okay, continue to push. Okay, we need some force behind that move. Because the biggest danger is what here, guys? Triple top. So we need to break out. Okay. With some force. Go. If you need to TP, guys, don't wait for me to say TP. Manage accordingly. Do what you need to do. If you have a better fill, if you're waiting for that 5 minute candle, good. I want to see what the 715 does. We do have some wicks up there. Can the third time be the charm? Currently a little north of break even. And I put my stop. I'm going to start trailing my stop to this 9. So no close below that 9 on the 5. So I can get some wicks below it, but no close below it. Okay, so I'm going to move my stop a little bit as this continues to push higher. And ideally on this current stretch, I don't want this trend line to break. So I'll allow the bulls to try to gravitate back towards this. Try to make that run, but anytime we do start to break that, then that can mean that the bears are taking charge. Okay, so in the meantime, I'll let it play out. So my stop is no longer here. My stop is a structural breakdown, close below the 9 EMA on the 5. Okay. So on this current stretch, let's see if the bulls can start to push it. Uh, 15-minute candle, 5 minutes of a new 15-minute candle coming up. Okay. 55% spot calls. Beautiful job, Turbo. Again, guys, make sure to like the videos, get the likes up. Make sure to subscribe. We are closing in on 5K subs. Closing in. Okay, if we can get there, if we can get to 5K subs, 100 likes, 150 likes, we will do the giveaway by 12:30. All right, so 2 giveaways will be there if we can get there. So if we can hit both, 2 giveaways. On the 5-minute, a victory on the 5 would be break above 714.93. They're just burning premium. They are burning premium. Okay. So what's the consensus in the chat, guys? Do we break the 715 or do we go triple top, reject out the 715, and push back towards 713 territory? We're in the 715 neighborhood. All right, close to 715 in this area. Okay, let's see if we can get a nice push. Okay, let's get some strength here. 714.93 break will be a win. Let's go, buyers. You know we want to push this. Okay, TP if you need to, guys. Hit 715. Okay. If you're holding lottos, all right, do what you need to do. We can get an adverse reaction here, so we need strength here. Above 715. We're at 714.99. We did get to 715. Okay, we want to see a nice push about 715. Continue push. Okay. Victor above 715. Hold above this territory. We'll be good to go. This is resistance coming into it. So we need to break that resistance and go. Need the Qs to push as well. Qs try to push in towards Qs push into 663.81. Go, go, go. And that could be our stretch, our segue into all-time highs. If we can declare victory above 715. So still up for grabs. Still up for grabs, up 11. Now hold it. Now go. Candle over candle. TP if you need to, guys. Double-digit gain. Okay. There we go, team. There we go. I'm going to take a little off right there at 13. First scale out of 13. And now I'm going to use it as my NC into ATH. NC into ATH. So if you took it via Shockwave, you sat through a little bit of back and forth, but eventually worked out. Okay, there we go. Let's make history. History in the making. History in the making. Who's here for it? Who's here for it? Who's here for it? We're almost there. Up 20. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. So now I don't want to close below here. Who's in that? Dollar signs in the chat. 62%. Go, go, go. So as long as we stay above here, okay, there's our attempt at all-time highs. All right, that's how we do it, team. So again, Shockwave. If you have a clean entry, you can be upwards, up above 30-40%. If you don't have the cleanest entry like I do, you should be up above 20%. Now the Qs remain above here. SPY remain above here. I don't know why it keeps going to. So don't give up 715 now. So we want the buyers to continue to pile in, because we are at the top of that range. So we need to go candle over candle. That 5-minute candle continue to push. So do we get to all-time highs here, team? I mean, I already have a horse in the race, but you know what my thoughts are. All right. So again, make sure to take a little bit off if you need to take the edge off. Okay, I took some off at 13. Okay, let's see, get a push into ATH. NC, so if we close below here, structurally do damage on this trend line support, then we'll get out of there. All right. So again, 3 trades on SPY. First one stopped out, both the other 2 worked out, and the other one was on Nvidia. Anyone else take that? Okay, we're starting a nice little pullback here. So no close above here. Below there. We get that close below there on the 1. Then stopped out near break even. So we'll give it a second here. Sometimes it likes to bounce. I do have a little bit of a buffer, a break even buffer. We need buyers to start stepping in there. Protect that area. You worked hard for that 715. Don't give it up easily. Okay, I'll close out right there at break even. Okay. So a nice little push, 20% plus. Couldn't get all the way up there. If you're still holding last piece, by all means, do what you need to do. If you took profits already, good. Okay. But if you're looking to hold, more than likely this thing needs to hold, guys. 715 needs to hold. All right, that'll be the last trade of the day. Okay. So the main thing that I do like about this is Shockwave here doesn't tell you to go long. It tells you to go long here. Sat through some drawdown. If you do a little bit more technical due diligence, you could possibly get a reclaim. All right, but either way, it worked out nicely. All right, so 3 trades on SPY, 1 stop out, 2 worked out, and the other one was Nvidia. Okay, Nvidia, nice trade there. Okay, beautiful job, Jake. So it looks like it wants to hold that territory. Again, guys, next 13 minutes, we'll look to wrap up the show, guys. If you have any questions, put your questions in the chat. We will go over how to join the community, how to access Shockwave, our latest and greatest tool. In the meantime, let's get to 150 likes. Let's get to 5K subs, and we'll do 2 giveaways. 2 giveaways. All right, so Nvidia is the trade of the day. Nvidia is the trade of the day. So you see how we had that position going into 715 rather than at 715. So Nvidia makes a nice push, comes back to downside. So this was the trade of the day. Okay, so let's do chart replay. Okay, just to rewind. I know I told you guys to go back and rewind and watch the episode. So what we'll do now is just do chart replay of the trade. So we did take this trade if you're just joining us. All right, so Shockwave comes into play. We of course, we highlight this area. We want to see a nice decisive break. We come into it, we get that break. Once we get that break, I'm scaling up by then, and then I'm out right before that TP1 in that territory for the last scale around 40. It continues to push lower, Some of our traders are still in. And look at this. It tries to make an attempt to the upside. Okay. And it starts to bounce, starts to go. But just not enough for it to reverse. Right? For it to reverse, that's not enough. That was Nvidia. So that trade on Nvidia, guys. If you have, it depends on how you approached it. If you took it, you won. Now, the only difference is the extent of the win. And the extent of the win depends on what your trading plan was. Okay, so in this case, Nvidia from that time got down as low as, it was down $6, guys. $6. So Nvidia, trade of the day. SPY is still using 715, guys. 715. I just kind of lost patience there. SPY is still using 715 to hold. So if we can get above that 5-minute candles high, might have enough fuel to push into ATH. Just use this trend line support. And that's 715 to gauge it. And the other two trades were on SPY. First trade on SPY. Again, I'm both on the trade on Nvidia didn't have the best entry. Okay, so could have done a better job there, but nonetheless didn't get stopped out. On this one on SPY, again, my entry was here on the reclaim. So could have waited a little bit, got stopped out. And then my second entry here was a beautiful entry, reclaim back the downside as it breaks down. Okay, and then eventually, of course, got SPY here as well. Again, could have got a better entry, but nonetheless didn't get stopped out and eventually worked out. Okay. So that's pretty much been the day so far, guys. Hopefully you guys found value. Nvidia has weekly lows. Good. 40%. Good job, Mimi. Done. W, 59%. Beautiful job. OC, 21.2. Beautiful job, USMC. Beautiful job, Keith. Beautiful job. So on that note, I will be done for the day. All right. Tomorrow is Ramp Down Friday, guys. Today is the last day of the month. We'll wrap up the show in about 9 minutes. At 12:25, we will go over how to join our community, how to access all the tools and the resources, and how to get your hands on Shockwave. Right. And then we'll look to wrap up. And for those of you who did make the purchase, send me your DM with your username. I do see some of you who made a purchase, guys. Okay, DM a username. The ones who made the purchase today will have access to Shockwave tomorrow. The ones who made the purchase yesterday, all right, you should have access by now if you sent me your username. If you haven't sent me your username yet, there's no way I can give you access. It is a private indicator. Okay, it is a private indicator. All right, so goal in the next 8 minutes, guys, is 150 likes for the giveaway or 5K subs for the giveaway. We're getting very close. We're closing in on that mark. The question for today was, guys, what are you looking to improve in May? May is upon us, fresh month in May. The options were the risk management side of your trading, the taking profit side of your trading, the regulating your trade frequency, okay, the over trading, okay, getting that dialed in, and your system, trading a system, trading one system in particular. So those were the 4 options. So 41% of the chat, we have over 100 votes, 109 votes. 41% of the chat said risk management. 29% of the chat said taking profit. Another 15% said over trading. Another 15% said system. So time and time again, risk management is at the top of the list. Okay? So going into May, make your risk management protocols non-negotiable. All right? Make your risk management protocols non-negotiable. Define what those rules are going to be per trade, depending on the type of trade. You mark it out, how many trades you took, how many trades you take, risk management from an account standpoint, from an individual trade standpoint. Mark that out. and for the entire month of May. Okay, May is not going to just be one day, right? So you're going to have to take it one day at a time. If you have this giant monthly goal, you can't do it in one chunk. So you're going to take it shift by shift, day by day. Okay, shifts turn to days, days turn to weeks, weeks turn into months. Okay, and that's how you're going to get there. So it's highly, highly important, especially now, guys. You get the risk management dialed in. It doesn't matter where you are in your journey. Okay, the sooner you can dial in your risk management, okay, the closer you'll get to get into where you need to get to. Okay, it's the risk management. That's one pillar that's holding you back. You know how to win. You know what trades to take. Okay, because system was only 15% of the poll. You have the experience, but it's that one risk management. So for those of you who said risk management, 41% of you guys, over the weekend, okay, when you have some time, if you have some downtime tomorrow, today, whatever it is, okay, make your risk management rules very, very clear to you and make them non-negotiables. You don't have to prove it to anyone. You don't have to do it for anyone. You're doing it for yourself. Okay, so again, that's going to be very, very important. If you want this, you're going to have to make that, you have to dial in on the risk management. Because if that's not dialed in, it's almost like this, guys. It's like you're pouring water into a bucket that has cracks in it. No matter how much water you pour, right, the bucket is leaking. So the attempt at fixing this is not to pour more water. Because when you stop pouring, all the water is gone. Right? The attempt at fixing this is fix the cracks. Okay, and if the cracks are too big, right, get a new bucket. Meaning develop a new risk management system. If the one you're using has too many cracks, it doesn't matter how much water you pour, it's not going to hold it. And that's what May has to offer. Because time's going to pass, guys. It's going to be the end of May, and we're going to say the same thing. And then at the end of May, right, you can hold your head up high regardless of the results if you put those measures into place and you stuck to it to a T to the best of your ability. You can live with that. And if you can, there's a good chance you can get as close as possible to break even or green by doing that. There's no guarantees, but there's a good chance, okay, that you can end up on the break even, close to green side if you get that dialed in. But it's going to require, okay, not pouring more water into the bucket, either fixing the holes in the bucket or completely getting a new bucket and just starting fresh for this month. All right, so very, very important. So I would say before you even take any trades tomorrow's the first day of May, I would say don't take any trades unless you make those plans intentional. Not trading one day is not a big deal. Okay, we have a ton of opportunities in May. So if you're going to wait until the weekend to make that adjustment, to make that assessment, right? The only reason why I'm speaking on the risk management side of things is because that's the number one answer in the poll. So it's very important you make it non-negotiable. You don't have to have a list of 15, 20 rules. Okay? That's not going to cut it. There's too many rules, too many things to do. Naturally, most people don't like rules. Right? So it's just having very few rules or having this one important rule and making sure those rules are non-negotiable. Rather than having 50 rules. Okay? So very, very important. The quality of the rules matter, and making sure those rules are non-negotiable also matter as well. Okay, so very, very important that we do that in May, guys. You do that, and whatever that looks like to you. Meta starting to go. Watch out for that flag on the 5. Bounce off that 9. Meta did report earnings. Okay, so just be careful with Meta, guys. All right, IV on Meta. So Meta, that's one of our usual suspects, but not touching it today. SPY bouncing off that 9. Might make another attempt at this push. Anyone still in? Trying to see. This is what it's testing now. This is the key battleground. It's up for grabs. What's at stake? Bulls hold this, all-time highs. Bears control this, recalibrate all the way back to 713.51. That's what's at stake. Flag on the Qs as well. Today's rally has been primarily driven by the Dow and the IWM, guys. IWM is out of here. Hit TP3, so it's out of here. Absolutely fish, man. Have a great rest of your day. God bless. Okay. Well, a note done for the day. May is risk management month. I like that. Risk management May. I like that. That's a good one. Make risk management great again. 100%. Holding one call. Beautiful job. And great job on being patient there, Artem. Right. I know there was a lot of traps, depending on those ripples especially. Right. But once it started to go, the retest played out a little better. Good. All right, so up for grabs, 7:15. What's at stake? All-time highs, or a reset back to 713.61. Okay. All right, guys, we have officially almost there. Make sure let's get a couple more subs. It looks like we're about to crack 5K subs. We're about 1 sub away. And the next psychological level is 6K. Okay, 6K. And piece by piece from day one, if you've been here last year this time, to give you some context, we were at just crossed over 1,000. Okay, so just lead with education. Showing up every day. Okay. No clickbait thumbnails. Process over profits. That's the most important thing. And just staying true to the process, staying true to the system. And eventually, we'll always work out. Same thing with trading, same thing with anything else, guys. These principles are universal. Did it hit 5K? Appreciate it, guys. 5K, we're officially there. So we'll do a giveaway there. Let me see on my end. For some reason, it doesn't say 5. Let me refresh. Okay, there we go. So we're officially at 5K. Huge milestone. I do appreciate every person that subscribed. And more to come, all right? More to come. One trader at a time, one trade at a time, one ticker at a time, one shift at a time. And I've said this from the beginning. This is our community we're cultivating. So for those of you who are in the community, interact with your teammates. All right, that is the most underrated resource. Of course, we have the live trading, we have the commentary, we have whatever tools in there. But the most underrated resource, okay, is the back and forth within the community. Is each trader, okay, sharing their ideas. is looking to put their best foot forward. We can all trade different tickers, have different styles, have different risk management protocols, have different reward aspirations, have different account sizes, come from different parts of the country, different parts of the world. But the one thing that we all have in common is the commitment to the journey. So that's the great equalizer. Okay? And that's what makes this so special. Okay? On that note, guys, we'll do the giveaway. Put your names in the chat. We'll do the wheel. 5K giveaway. Okay, if you're looking for the that's also going to be coming to an end, guys. The $3.99 special for the strikers. Okay, so I'll send you that link. A company send me a DM. That is a hidden link. Okay, so if anyone's looking to go to yearly, it's going to be available right here. It's going to be available right here. The yearly link. And that comes with a coaching call, and that comes with a free bootcamp ticket. All right, let me send you the DM. I'll collect the names. This month, for the month of May, all right, bootcamp's coming up. We got bootcamp coming up. Scalping concepts, advanced concepts coming up. What else do we have coming up? We have the update, maybe late part of May. We have the update for Shockwave dashboard coming up as well. And more webinars. More webinars. We have more webinars coming up. Okay, that's what we got on the schedule. So boot camp, we'll squeeze a boot camp in, our first boot camp. So I'm excited about that, guys. We're stuck at 7:15. Okay, give me 1 second. I'll collect the names. Okay. And again, the ones who have Shockwave, you have lifetime access. There's no subscription. You have lifetime access. Appreciate it, Brenda. Appreciate it. Okay, let's collect some names. Let's collect the names. Collect some names here. Okay. We'll start off with Google Meets, and then we'll jump over to Discord. Oh, wrong one. Oh, wrong one. There we go. All right. All right, so Google Meets. We got John G. We got Casey. Lambish. We got Wendy. We got Chino. We got Monty. Is it Monte or Monty? Let me know. Make sure I'm pronouncing that right. Okay, I got everyone all the way up until Ash. Vadia. Ash Vadia. We got Shazabi. We got Yas. Okay. Monty, okay. Good, good, good. Now let's move over to Google Meets. Let's move over to Discord. We got Jen, J. Carlin, Joa, Jen, J. Carlin, Joa, Jen, J. Carlin, Joa, G. Okay. Carlos E. Carlos might be the most popular name in our group. I think we have 3 or 4. Okay, I got all the names until Carlos. I got all the names until Joa. So now let me jump over to YouTube. Okay, in the meantime, let's take a listen to our friends at CNBC. So you don't have to listen to me type. Okay. So I am done for the day. If you are still in this, you want to see that push into ATH. Okay, that said, this zone needs to hold. Okay, preferably on the 5.
One of the best stocks in the market. How do you handle it? Let's put up Flex. We talked about this name at $73 a share back on April 9th. We did a whole thing on the show. It was a lot of fun. The stock was breaking above its rising 50-day. That was the setup. Now, obviously, we have a clear breakout here into the low 90s. And what we're talking about in the column is the necessity, if you're going to stay long and not scalp, to move those stops up where you might want them. In the case of Flex, we're talking about the $80 area as being the first logical support. Also want to show you Starbucks. Again, we did a whole thing.
Well, let me ask you this real quick. Hold on.
Please,
I'm sorry. Before you
ahead.
go back to Flex, that chart that we showed for, I think it was from April 9th. What is it? 25% in 20 days?
Yeah.
26% in 20 days?
Yeah. So you don't, when you have a stock breaking out, you don't know the extent. You don't know, like, you have no way of knowing like how far it can get. And you have false breakouts too. But in the case of Flex, it was very clear. We had a name that was in the right sector at the right time, improving fundamentals. And when we talk about charts, it's not witchcraft. We're basically talking about the actual realized behavior of buyers and sellers at a specific level. And so when it took out that old high, we said, this is it. This is the breakout. I don't know that it's going to 92. Now that it's here, they're going to report earnings next week, Judge. So the question is, do I want to take the gain and move on, look for the next stock, and many people do, and that's okay. Or if I'm staying long, what's my new risk management level? So that's what we're trying to do there.
Okay, let's go to Starbucks, because it appears as though they've got it going on again.
Yes.
Nickel has his groove.
Yeah. Yes. So the question is not, is Brian Nickel going to turn the company around? I think most people agree if anyone's going to do it, he's the right man for the job. We've seen him do it before. The question was always on the timing, and that's why we defer to price. So we say, okay, maybe it's this quarter, maybe it's next quarter, et cetera, et cetera. We flagged this breakout at $100 a share. We said 100 to 101 on strong volume. That's your trigger. Here we go. Backstreet's back. They come in, great earnings. You've got a company now that is not a questionable turnaround. It's an actual turnaround. And
all right, got all the names up until Tiati Churros on YouTube. Day, okay, got you, day Y. Okay, and up until, okay, Judith on Google Meet. All right, let's spin the wheel. Let's spin the wheel, the giveaway wheel. Let me pull up the giveaway wheel here. So I'll give you guys a couple of seconds, any last minute entries. If not, guys, we're going to spin the wheel here. Okay, so this giveaway is for the 5K. So the winners, boot camp. Okay, boot camp ticket. That's what the winners get. So this is for boot camp ticket on both sides. All right. So if you win on YouTube, you get a boot camp ticket. If you win in the Discord, you're a member in the Discord, you get a boot camp ticket. If you've won before, okay, that just gives you another boot camp ticket. Just let me know you won twice. All right. So let's spin the wheel. And the winner for today is, we'll have, actually we're going to do 3 winners today. All right, for the giveaway, we'll do 3 winners. We'll do 3 boot camps. All right, we'll do 3 boot camps. 5K is a huge milestone. So we'll do 3 spins. All right, so 3 spins. Okay, the first winner. The first winner. Jamie. Congratulations, Jamie. Congrats, Jamie. First winner. Jamie, I'm writing this down. Second winner. Wendy. Wendy is the second winner. Okay, congratulations, Wendy. And last but not least, last winner for the boot camps. Probably taking a nosedive on the 5. Boom, Lambish. Okay, so everyone might be in our community. Okay, so everyone that won might already be in the Striker community. So congrats, guys. All right, so Lambish, Wendy, and send me a DM in the Discord. I believe everyone is in our community already. But on the record, Jamie, Wendy, Lambish are the winners of the boot camp for the record. Okay, so you 3 who did win, send me a DM. Next boot camp that is coming up this month, you'll have free access to it. All right, you'll have free access to it. Vladimir Putin, Harry Balls. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, so make sure to send me a DM in the Discord. All right. So I'm just going to need your email. So when I do run the boot camp, okay, I can just send you the link to the link to the stream. Okay, so congratulations, guys. Again, thank you for helping us get to 5K. It's not possible without you guys hitting the like button, without subscribing. All right, so let's continue to do that. Let's continue to capitalize on the best opportunities in the market. Continue to sharpen your trading. Hopefully you're finding value. If you're interested in joining our community, make sure to go to smartactiontrade.com. Smartactiontrade.com. Okay, go to the community tab. Once you go to the community tab, this leads you to right here. When you join the Discord, you have access to all this. There's a great way to kick off your month. April, okay, a couple of spots left in April. A month of May. There is no price increase in May. Price is going to stay there, but you do have a discount for 15%. And the code will change. That's the only difference. All right, you have access to all these tools, all these resources, delay-free, ad-free stream, and a bunch of things in there. All right, to get you over the top. Okay, to help you get to where you need to get to, and ultimately support you on your journey. And the most important thing on this, guys, the kind of community we're cultivating. That is the coolest thing that's taking place. The kind of people we're attracting, the kind of people that are coming forward, that are joining the community, that are contributing, that are sharing, and it's awesome to see what we're building. And it's truly an honor, and it's truly a privilege. Okay, to be a member. I see myself as a member of the community just as much as anyone else. It is truly our community, guys. It is our community. Okay, so if there's any other resources I'm going to add to the community, send me a DM. If there's a tool I'm going to add to the community, you think that can enhance the community, whether it's software, whatever it is. All right, send me a DM, and we'll look to make that happen. Okay, the last recommendation, of course, was news. We got the news in there. We got the AI trades. We got the options flow. So any kind of tools and resources I'm going to add in addition to the things we already have, I'm open to adding those things to further enhance our community. Okay, so again, guys, as always, thank you for tuning in. Do you offer one-on-one education? How often do you meet one-on-one? If you do once per week. So I do offer one-on-ones. The one-on-ones, you have to book an appointment. Okay, that's more like a coaching call that is available. If you do have the yearly, that you do have a coaching call, that's all available on the site. Okay, you go to the coaching, yeah, that's available. Okay, so the best bang for your buck for the one-on-one, from my perspective, is the yearly. Okay, grab the yearly. You have a boot camp ticket. You have 12 months access. And you have a one-on-one. Okay, so again, that'd be the best way. All right. As always, guys, thank you for tuning in. This is the last day of April. There was a lot of things we saw in April. So May, completely new month. Okay, so again, you gotta come into the month of May with a fresh mindset, and we'll look to take advantage of what takes place during that time. And of course, during this Stock Sunday night, between 7:30 or 8 p.m., I'll let you guys know in the Discord. Okay, we're gonna go over a lot of things to prepare us for the upcoming week, and upcoming month. Okay, so you definitely want to be there for that. All right. On that note, thank you for tuning in. As always, make sure to like and make sure to subscribe. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe, and God bless each one of you.